All right, welcome everyone. It is Tuesday, May 11th, 2021, and we are gathered together as the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission with some of our fantastic staff members and collaborators to do a couple of things this evening. We'll have a special called session for public input as part of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights legislation. We're in statewide, local cities and counties provide 3 formal opportunities for public input on the budget. And then we will have our normally scheduled work session as we do every second Tuesday of the month. And so I'm going to ask the clerk, since we have a special called session tonight, to go ahead and call roll for us.
Davenport. Parker.
Here.
Blink.
Here.
Wright.
Present.
Denson.
Here.
Poole.
Present.
Edwards.
Here.
Myers.
Here.
Thornton.
Here.
Andy.
Here.
And we have a quorum.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Madam Clerk, do we need a motion for suspension of rules this evening?
No, just for the public hearing. You're not taking any action, just seeking public input.
Thank you. All right. So with that clarification, I believe we do have a member of the public who is here for public input in the chamber. And welcome everyone to City Hall. If you want to step right up, just let us know your name and what city or street you live on, and you'll have 3 minutes to provide input.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Witt, and I reside on Cobb Street. I am a CCSD parent. I am a nurse practitioner at Athens Nurses Clinic, and I am an Athens Area Homeless Shelter board member. And I'm here this evening to encourage the mayor and commission to consider Athens Area Homeless Shelter for independent agency funding. I'm asking because I feel like AHS does serve the community in ways that the government would have to if we did not exist. Specifically, we are the primary provider of services to children experiencing homelessness. We help families who are already in crisis avoid or minimize interactions with institutions like DFACS, and we keep families together. Our services are comprehensive, and they can take a family from crisis to long-term housing. We are also a community resource, and we're often the first point of contact for crisis triage and referrals when it comes to homelessness. With the influx of federal funding coming into our city, I would like to urge the mayor and commission to think beyond visible homelessness. In the 2018-2019 school year, which was the last year we had the opportunity to get a full count before we went virtual, there were almost 1,000 children who were counted in CCSD as homeless. This does not include children that are not school age, and it does not include families that are not engaged in the school system. The scope of this problem is not highly visible, but it needs to have high priority. Finally, I would like to urge the mayor and commission to engage the people who are already doing the direct service work prior to considering developing new roles and new programs related to homelessness. I think if you bring people to the table, they'll tell you where the gaps are, and they'll let you know where they think that the funding needs to go. Thus far, I'm unaware that we have been invited to the table, but I hope to hear differently soon. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your attention. And I also invite you, if you haven't been out to talk to our director or see any of our facilities, to reach out. We would love to have you and answer any questions.
Thank you, Stephanie. We appreciate you coming down.
Thank you so much.
In addition to input in City Hall, we have input online, and we have one panelist, Broderick Flanagan. So, Broderick, I have you unmuted. You should be able to speak, and we have 3 minutes to present.
All right, Broderick Flanagan. I hope y'all can hear me despite the noise in the background. I'm out
We can.
right now. But yeah, I just wanted to speak to the budget. Broderick Flanagan, 243 Sunset Drive, Athens, Georgia. Want to speak to just equity provisions. I think there are a few okay items within the budget currently. I also think that there could be stronger and more support for certain things, especially things that support labor. That's a big focus of the work that I'm doing we are doing through Economic Justice Coalition, including trying to start a worker center to support workers that have issues on the job with employment. Also looking at employment for other special populations, just like the homeless individuals. I've sent emails to a couple of commissioners about a program out in Austin, Texas. I think we went to Austin, Texas, or Chattanooga and a couple of other communities. But there's a program out in Austin, Texas, where they, support nonprofits that set up a work program for homeless populations or people experiencing homelessness. And basically, they pay them a daily rate, or they get to opt in if they want to work on certain days. So it's kind of self-selecting work. But they pay them $15 an hour, and they pay them in cash at the end of the day, the work day. And it's for people to be able to transition into more stable and sustainable situations, people that have the capacity to work. Some people that are experiencing homelessness may have like mental issues or substance abuse issues, and that's understandable. They may not want to work or may not have the capacity to work. But for those that do, creating a program like that, I think, can help reshape how we do labor in Athens. Starting with those populations and then building from there, especially when it comes to green jobs and the green energy sectors. Those sectors are going to be, as we already know, expanding, because of the 100% renewable energy efforts that we are doing. And if we don't provide equity in those spaces and do so in the budget with some of the positions that we've been creating recently, and giving them adequate support and autonomy to be able to do the work that needs to be done to bring equity to those spaces. I want to see some provisions in the budget to support local employees to be able to unionize so they can better support themselves and their coworkers. I think Enrique Arena, one of the guys that we spoke to a year or so back, gave a couple of examples of how you could do that through the local government. And reaching out to him again, I think, would be beneficial. And then lastly, adequate support for the auditor's office. That needs to show up within the budget. We need to make sure that office is, properly equipped with the things, the resources that they need to do the work of holding all the departments accountable, auditing different programs like SPLOST and other entities. And so I would love to see that reflected in our budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Broderick. All right, I believe that is all the public input we have. All items from special called session being concluded, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn special called session.
So moved.
Second.
All right, have a motion from Commissioner Edwards and a second from Commissioner Davenport. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. We are adjourned. All right, we are now going to go ahead and move in to our regular work session here on the second Tuesday of May. And first item of business is going to be the nonprofit capacity building pilot, something that we've had under discussion quite a bit over the last couple of years as we look to raise up our smaller size or newer nonprofits in the community. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Manager Williams to introduce our speakers.
Thanks, Mayor. And so this is an opportunity. It goes back to your approval of the budget, the FY21 budget, and you had set aside, I think, in the commission-defined budget option, a little over $220,000 to go towards mental health and other type services. And as you know, y'all have helped to focus a great deal of funds, whether it's local, state, or federal this year, into the community. And we want to make sure that I will say that we have listened very closely. I think we've all learned together. One of the things we've heard you continually say is that, there are a lot of nonprofits here in Athens-Clarke County doing a lot of good work. We have folks with a proven track record of dealing with federal funds and compliance, and that's a big thing. The government doesn't need to be paying back grant funds, neither does a nonprofit that's doing good work. And so we've heard you say that we need some type of program to build capacity in some of the smaller nonprofits to give them the practice and the habit and the discipline to be able to receive funds and do good things in the community. And so I want to applaud our staff for trying to come up with a program. We think it fits under the auspices of the money that you set aside this past year. And it's coming to you in this cycle so that we can commit it this year and get it moving forward. I think there's still room for us to discuss this. I don't want you to feel like this is going out the door and the program's a done deal. We do need to get the funds obligated. That's really the point of the agenda item. And besides the nonprofit capacity, there's also some funds that we feel like are owed to Advantage. And so Hayley Banerjee, our Director of Housing and Community Development, is going to walk us through that, and we entertain any feedback that you have. Thank you, Mayor.
Good evening. I'm Hayley Banerjee. I'm the Director of our Housing and Community Development Department, and I'm going to share our PowerPoint. Can everyone see that?
Not yet.
Hayley, I've just made you a presenter, so
Okay.
it may take a second before it pops up.
You would think over a year into this virtual world, I would have this down, but
We have a sort of new quirk on the WebEx platform for these meetings where we take public input. So that's created a couple of different.
okay. Is it still not showing up?
It's not. Let me
Okay.
see if I can do something here real quick. All right, try once more, Hayley. Let's see if that works.
Okay. Is it showing up?
It's not. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and if you just tell me next, then I'll be your servant over here.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right. Actually, I am frozen out of my own screen. Let's see. Set to default. Okay.
Is that a coyote behind you, Hayley?
It is not a coyote. It is a donkey.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
I like donkeys.
They're
Smart.
good animals.
Yeah. Kind of stubborn, but they're really smart. They make funny noises too.
They do. That is true.
Hayley, try one more time. Let's see if it'll
Okay.
work for you now. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Okay. Yes, success.
All right. Can everyone see the full screen?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right, that was a lot of buildup. So we are going to be talking about our nonprofit capacity building pilot program. We're really excited to bring this to you tonight because I think in the world of HCD and the work that we do monitoring federal grants, a lot of the capacity building we do is with agencies that are already selected for funding. And this is an opportunity, we think, where we can do more outreach outside of our normal federal compliance, which can be really cumbersome and really hard to break into those federal grants with those complex requirements. So we're excited to bring this to you and hear your feedback tonight. So we'll review our history, define nonprofit capacity, review existing nonprofit capacity building efforts, the proposed program structure, and potential funding sources, and then talk about next steps. So some of you may be aware of the nonprofit training series, but that is a partnership we'll talk about a little later on, but that was formed in around 2017. HCD works in partnership with UGA's Institute for Nonprofit Organizations, Athens Area Community Foundation, UGA's Office of Service Learning, and United Way to do what's generally monthly trainings of nonprofit capacity building sessions. That's a free training or very low cost training that's open to all nonprofits. So we've been a partner there for several years now. You all remember that the grant specialist positions were created and authorized in December of 2019. We hired our grant specialists in March of this year, and we are very excited to have them on board. And then most recently on April 6th at the last voting session in April, while discussing the FY22 CDBG recommendations, we heard from you all that there was a will to designate funding to really support this kind of nonprofit capacity building efforts. So I think it's really important to define what we mean when we say nonprofit capacity, because I think often when we talk about it and with this body, it's often in the context of why didn't we recommend somebody for funding? And sometimes it sounds like this kind of catch-all excuse almost for why didn't we say yes or no to somebody. And very basically, when we talk about nonprofit capacity, it means a nonprofit organization's ability to successfully carry out its mission. So every nonprofit has different strengths, different areas for improvement, whether it's very small or very large, very young or very old, lots of different strengths and areas for improvement. And when we talk about nonprofit capacity, and especially in the context of when we're often coming to you with funding recommendations, I think often we focus a little too hard on securing financial resources and really writing a better grant. And that's a lot of the work that HCD does, particularly around the funding opportunities that we have in our department. We work really closely with nonprofits to answer questions about how to write a better grant. But there's really a whole host of other skills and very specific skills that need to be honed for a nonprofit to be successful and to carry out its mission. And that includes designing programs in a way that's responsive to client needs, securing additional financial resources outside of HCD funding, whether that's fundraising or other private grant opportunities, being able to assess the needs of clients and the community, and then to evaluate the effectiveness of a program. Can you pivot when you realize perhaps your program's not meeting the needs of the community or your clients? So definitely a concrete set of skills that are needed, not just this kind of vague term. So existing ACC Gov nonprofit capacity building efforts. As I mentioned, HCD staff provides ongoing technical assistance. We are constantly providing technical assistance to funded agencies when they submit monthly progress reports, when they submit reimbursement request documentation, particularly around the CDBG application period. We do a whole host of meetings, a very intensive period of a month where we meet with anyone who requests a meeting with us. We try to do proactive outreach where we let people know, hey, we're available to meet with you to talk about this application. But really, again, it is focused around our current funding opportunities. As I mentioned, the Nonprofit Training Series is a partnership between several community partners and offers those monthly training sessions. And then lastly, we now again have our grant specialists on board. And so they have been available and really hit the ground running since they started just over a month ago, and have reached out and been doing a lot of work to get to know nonprofits, introduce themselves, and on the heels of the indigent services funding recommendations that were recently made, they have reached out to all of those applicants that were not recommended for funding to give very specific concrete feedback on applications to improve future applications. So this is our proposed nonprofit capacity building program structure. So as we envision it, this would be an opportunity like any other nonprofit that gets funding through Athens-Clarke County. We'd have a contract with them to provide services in key areas, and where that's around mental health, typically around like indigent services funding. Of course, we'd have to work closely with our attorney's office to very specifically define what's eligible and what's not. And once it comes time to select applicants for this program, we would be very specific on outlining exactly what's eligible. But unlike other contracts, we would also have this simultaneous component where an agency is carrying out their programs and offering services with our funding, but they would also be expected to attend monthly training sessions in key areas. And then they would also have this individualized technical assistance offered by our HCD grant specialists. And I think a really key part of this, and that builds on the work that the Nonprofit Training Series and other community partners have been doing, is, and if anyone's ever attended one of these Nonprofit Training Series sessions, there's some really good information out there. We've also got a YouTube channel where people can access that now and see recordings in this COVID space. But I think what's lacking there, and what is lacking in terms of an equitable approach to nonprofit capacity building at this point, is there needs to be some very key follow-up to implement those lessons learned in the monthly training sessions. And I think that's really key, and what we're excited about being able to offer potentially is the ability to have a monthly training session given by an expert in a key area like grant writing, for instance. And like a half-day session or like a 2-hour session, you're not going to learn everything you need to learn to really successfully write a grant going forward. But if you're able to actually implement that, you can draft a proposal, get feedback from our grant specialists, workshop that over that contract period where someone is completing this nonprofit capacity building program. We think that's going to make a real difference in actually being able to carry out and implement those lessons learned again from those sessions. These are just some examples of what training topics might be included. So some key nonprofit management areas are board governance, financial management, human resources management, which would include volunteer management, which is a big one. And if anyone has ever managed volunteers, a very important skill that is sometimes tough to learn. Resource development, both grant writing and fundraising, marketing, program design and evaluation, and strategic planning. So when we would select applicants or select program participants, these topics are subject to change, and I want to emphasize again, we think this is an opportunity to be really responsive to the needs of these nonprofits. So our thought is that these training topics would change based on a kind of initial assessment with each of these agencies to see where do you see your strengths, where do you see that you need some help, and trying to formulate a really responsive kind of progressive curriculum that they could go through. And so when talking about selecting organizations to be participants, we've outlined some potential criteria, but we'd be interested to hear from you all what you see as maybe priority areas. So we've talked about nonprofit size, whether we wanted to limit nonprofits to be a certain size by number of employees or annual revenue. We could limit it to someone who, or an organization who has not yet received Athens-Clarke County funding, or maybe who has only received funding in some of the COVID funding sources we've had available over this past year. And then again, key service areas, so indigent services being provided in areas of things like homeless services, healthcare, or food assistance. And then goals of the program would be to support existing nonprofits to provide them with very concrete skills to fulfill their missions. We know there are a lot of really great nonprofits out there who are doing really great work and have not yet been funded with Athens-Clarke County funds, and we want to be able to support them to get to that point. We want to include several benchmarks in the program to have some very specific deliverables where they can be more competitive by the end of this program for other funding opportunities, including CDBG funding. So with CDBG funding, you've really got to come to the table with some capacity built. And one of those key areas, of course, is being able to work on a reimbursement basis and having those financial resources to do that. But other key deliverables would include things like drafting program policies and procedures, financial policies, designing program outcomes and outputs, which are key when we're reporting to HUD on progress, and then drafting things like a grant proposal template that people can take and kind of plug and play with different funding opportunities, but with that template kind of already built and ironed out, they can be more competitive and ready to go and submit other grant applications. And then another goal would be to encourage collaboration among nonprofits and to foster more partnerships between nonprofits engaged in similar work. So potential funding sources, as Blaine stated, we're looking at some FY21 health, mental health, and social services enhancement funding, as well as some remaining resiliency package indigent services funding. And our proposed budget right now is for a pilot program for 12 months of a program, up to $560,000, which would include, we would think, no more than 10 nonprofit organizations going through for that first pilot program. So this is, of course, a very high level budget and would include probably some funding as well for funding for the nonprofits and then funding for community partners or trainers that would be necessary to carry out some of these training sessions. So next steps, as Blaine mentioned, we're looking at this next agenda cycle, getting approval to carry forward some of those funds. If that is approved, HCD would consult with community partners to refine the pilot program structure and define an implementation plan to go forward. All right.
Thanks, Hayley. All right, everybody, there are a lot of folks in the meeting, so I can't see faces. I know Commissioner Parker, who's here via audio, texted. So, Mariah, I'll go ahead and start with you, and then we'll move on to others.
Thank you, Mayor Girtz. So just for first question, first of all, super excited about this. Very, very necessary work. And an area I've heard a lot of feedback from the community on, the need for us to undertake. So thank you for what you've brought forward so far. A first question is, so this proposed capacity building pilot is for support for small local nonprofits, but this is separate from the challenge grant charge that we voted on in February. That's correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so would these nonprofits be receiving funding for these indigent services to enact as they also get training in how best to utilize those funds, or is the funding proposed just for the training itself?
No, this would be a nonprofit gets funding like any other nonprofit carrying out its program and receiving funding through Athens-Clarke County. They would just have the added bonus of training available to them. Okay,
and so that's why it's limited to indigent services then?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, because I was wondering, as you were speaking, I kind of hopped over to look back at the consolidated plan. I was thinking about the areas of economic development, workforce development. We just heard from Broderick Flanagan about the need to support labor. But I understand some of the constrictions if this funding is coming from the local government and separate from support, that they may need to have the capacity to be competitive for the CDBG funding opportunities that could be used for economic development, youth enrichment, things like that.
Yes.
Okay.
And the hope would be at the end of that program, they would be in a really good position to competitively apply for funding in that next program cycle.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Others got Ovida, Melissa, and Tim, and Jesse, and Allison.
Actually, I'm gonna let somebody else go first. I'm multitasking here, but I do have a comment. Is that okay, Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead, Melissa.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Parker's questions kind of got me in the direction I want to go. The $560,000, I'm curious as to what portion of that would actually go to the nonprofits for them to do their work while they're in this program, and what portion of it is overhead for staffing and consultants and that kind of stuff.
Sure. And again, this is a flexible high-level budget, but what we used to plug in that number was thinking up to $50,000 for an annual contract for each nonprofit. So really the bulk of that funding going towards nonprofits to carry out their services. And one key thing that we're hoping we can do with this funding, often grant opportunities are centered around funding programs and funding new things. They're not there for operational support or to hire or fund your executive director. We're hopeful that with a funding amount in that range, we could support operations and really to build that infrastructure in place to be able to chase other grants.
Okay.
Right.
So Are there would there be some criteria for qualifications and experience of the specialists, the folks who would be carrying out the training?
Yes. So, and I want to make it clear, our grant specialists would be there to provide individualized assistance and have that kind of feedback on if you write a grant proposal template or draft program policies, that kind of stuff. But we would need to hire out for experts in those key nonprofit capacity building areas, whether it's board governance, fundraising, those kinds of things, because we don't have that specific skill set on staff.
And would there be potential for some of this hiring out to be from local folks and other local organizations who could kind of share their knowledge?
Sure, I think absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks, Melissa. Tim?
And this looks really good. I'm excited about this. And my comments were just about you had the slide on the participating organizations, how they be selected, the criteria. And I just wanted to urge that we make it somewhat flexible, because I was just thinking through that there's a lot of different situations that I think a nonprofit could find themselves in the need for something like this. They could be organizations that have been around for a while, but have had a board that has an inexperienced board that's been in place, and they've kind of lost some of that seniority and maybe need to get in this thing. And they could actually be even a large organization. So I'm thinking all of the reasons that you stated could be maybe what we think about, but none of them should be things that necessarily cancel somebody out. So that's my one comment.
Sure. And just to touch on that a little bit, what I see too, and maybe to clarify, for those who are familiar with our CDBG application, it's not the easiest application. It's fairly complex. And again, that ties to the federal requirements. We don't want to replicate that model for an application to be a part of this program. And what I think we would like to see in selecting nonprofits is not just, a written application with all this dense information, but hopefully something like a panel where we could select to interview participants and to hear from them and get some more of that kind of qualitative feedback in that process. Because we recognize, and I'll say this too, nonprofit capacity building, it's not just external work that needs to be done. HCD recognizes there are things we can do better and to be more responsive. So that's a key part of this work as well that's happening simultaneously.
Thanks, Tim. Jesse?
Thanks, Mayor. Kind of building off of what's already been said, and I'm extremely excited about this. This is saving me some questions I was about to have about some budget stuff. So is the decision to contract with someone instead of just hire someone for expediency, or because it's a pilot, or I guess open-endedly, why contract instead of just add another position to HCD? So I think expediency and just, budget constraints and being able to attract, the expertise that's needed for such a wide range of different topics. I see that working better, and I think we see that as a staff working better to contract that out rather than trying to find the magic person who might fit that one staff role. Okay. And is the funding for this program built into the budget proposal that we're all sitting on for later? Is it part of this already, or would this be something we'd have to add in the portion that's not the ARP money?
So this funding is tied to FY21 funding that's in HCD's budget right now. And that's what Blaine mentioned as something you'll be voting on is carrying forward those funds into the next fiscal year. So it's both that mental health and social services enhancement funding being carried forward, as well as remaining resiliency package indigent services funding. So technically and Blaine, please correct me if I'm wrong, but technically that's already allocated and we would just be carrying forward.
Yeah, I guess what I'm asking is that money recommended to be allocated in this way as part of the document we're currently looking at, or would we need to modify the document?
This would be a separate budget allocation with FY21 funds. So this isn't part of the general fund for FY22.
And I'll clarify that, Commissioner Houle, on the technicality of the carry forward, but just so everybody understands, our intent is to obligate these funds, if you will, towards such a pilot that would actually take place mostly in FY22. Does that help?
Yeah, totally. And then the last question, I guess, for now is, do these orgs already have to have 501c status? I hear us saying like nonprofit. And if so, is that specifically 501c3 only, or can it be other 501cs?
That's a good question, and I would defer to the attorney's office on that, but I can get back with you.
Okay.
I believe in previous conversations, 501c3 status would be required, but I'll confirm that.
Well, I guess my broad takeaway is when I think of like where to prioritize, where I'd hope this could most go, it would be to the orgs that have struggled to get funded through any of our application processes yet, more than those who have already gotten it somehow. But perhaps also maybe including folks who have like only gotten one smaller allocation or something. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks, Jesse. I've got Ovita, Allison, and Carol.
I do think that this is in the going in the right direction. I hope that we would also look at peer training. We have a tendency to bring folk in because they got degrees behind their names and they are of a certain race. But we have people that do this on a regular basis that could help somebody else and also reach those people that that are difficult to reach sometimes. So I hope this is not going to be a textbook type project. And I know Blaine is sitting on edge because I'm sending him all kind of texts, but I'm gonna keep my word. But I do like the idea. I do support it, and I do think that this is long overdue.
Thanks, Avita. Allison and Carol.
Hi, thanks. Good evening. Thanks for this presentation and the details. I like the way you've captured the goals with that funding that has not been used yet. On the feedback you'd asked for on some of the potential criteria for the groups, I think that groups who missed out on being funded would be a good group to reach out to. Like maybe in the last 2 years, that help. You know, you always have more asks than you have money for. I think that the complexity of, like you mentioned, I agree, the complexity of the federal grant application is just dissertation level type approach to successfully do that. So I applaud your and trust your ability to go to those who can present what they do in a verbal way, in a more friendly way, to get to talking to you and then get to the point where they can be helped to understand some of the hoops and the red tape that's out there that we don't want to make more of, but we want to help train them to be successful and build up to that. So I like that you're going to go ahead and start with it being a little more user-friendly to be getting the help so that the nonprofits can maximize what they do. And I think that one of the criteria should be that they are successful in what they are doing in the community and that we can help support them in the ways that you presented, which is going to allow them to grow what they may be doing. And what they might be doing might be that same face-to-face where they're better at delivering the help, just like we heard about from our one of our speakers, well, both of our speakers, is making sure that we're, so let us know if we need to help you get the right people in there. But is that the kind of criteria feedback that you were wanting some feedback on?
Yeah, that is very helpful. And I'll also add to, feedback is always welcome. And as we move forward, and not just with this opportunity, but other HCD opportunities, again, we're trying to be more responsive, and we know, we've got a certain lens through that federal compliance viewpoint, where we get blind spots and we think, well, we've always written something a certain way and it's got to be in this language. If you all have feedback about, hey, could it be a little bit simpler? We're open to that too, and recognize, again, we've got some blind spots because we're very used to the HUD speak, but we'd like to be a little more accessible.
Right. Well, that's good. And then on that note, can you just share a little light to us as to since we approved the grant writers in December 2019, but they're now, like you say, hitting the ground running, were there some barriers, besides the pandemic, that took so long for that to happen that we can maybe help out with?
Sure. So yes, part of it is COVID. We'd actually posted those positions in January of 2020 and had started the interview process in February, and then all COVID broke loose. And that definitely set us back. And as we were trying to navigate in a remote workspace and with some of the other funding opportunities, that definitely delayed the hiring process. Another piece of this is just there's a very specific skill set that's asked for in those positions, and to have people who've got demonstrated experience managing grants or writing grants. And these were 2 entry-level positions. And, there's a lot of people out there who have some good experience. Sometimes we struggle to find those people in a government context. And I think trying to find people with both, preferred community connections and experience with that kind of technical experience, it was just a little bit more difficult or took a longer process, but we're really happy with the hires that we made and are excited to have them on board.
Okay, thanks for helping us understand that.
Thanks, Allison. Carol?
Hey, Hayley, thank you again for this presentation. I have a couple of specific questions on things. I know that Commissioner Parker started asking about other areas in terms of potential criteria, and there was reference to that there were restrictions because of the remaining, this is from the resiliency package and indigent service funding, but there's the other 175,000 is from mental health and social services enhancement. So would there be room to widen that scope to some youth development programs or workforce development programs that are going on because of that split of the funds? And I'm going to go ahead and ask you all my questions here, and because I was sort of thrown off with the title. If I was a nonprofit in town, I'd been following this, and then you're like, this is a nonprofit capacity building, but it's only these kind of nonprofits. And if it is, maybe we should add some of those words to the name. And in terms of there being, I'd love to see a budget breakdown. I'm assuming that you're the contract, like how much for the training. When you're talking about hiring out of the office, you're talking about hiring for a 4-hour workshop on a certain area. We're not talking about a full-time, anything equivalent to that. So this is just sort of a contract presentation on that. And then I'm also curious, someone new into this, how come we have these $560,000? Were they planned for something else to begin with? At this point, looking forward, $560,000 looks like a lot of money. So I'm wondering how come we have this left over. If you could just help me understand all of those questions.
Sure. Well, I'll start with the budget question, and the short answer is some of the funds are, and I guess the bulk of the funds in that 560 are remaining resiliency package indigent services funding. And so when that was earmarked, the thought was we'd have kind of, iterations every few months to cover COVID response efforts. So that's just what's remaining in that kind of projected funding amount. And then the remaining mental health and social services enhancements funding, that funding amount had never been allocated or fleshed out what that would be used for. I suspect had we not had COVID to deal with, we would have definitely figured out some other uses of funds much earlier. But we had indigent services funding, CARES, and CDBG CV funds, and all the other stuff. So it was just more a process and capacity question there. I'm trying to look up my list of questions. The kinds of eligible activities. What I'd like to do is go back to the attorney's office and ask them to help me flesh out maybe a more comprehensive list of areas. And I hear interest in workforce development and youth development.
Yeah, definitely on the youth development. I mean,
Okay.
the other as well, but the youth development. There's a lot of people doing really good things in town with youth, and I think they could really would like to be able to take advantage of this.
Yeah. Well, I will get back with the attorney's office and see if we can get a fleshed out list of maybe what some key areas could be that are larger than just homeless or health assistance. And then the title of the program itself and the nonprofit capacity building program, we would not call the program that. I don't think that's quite a mouthful. So I hear you. And if we do have to limit it to maybe a specific kind of area, we can definitely workshop that title.
And then just to get a budget breakdown in terms of how much of that would be for training, that would be great as well as
okay.
To better explain it to others.
Got it. We will get that.
Thanks, Carol. I think Manager Williams had a brief interjection, then I'm going to circle back to Ovita and Mariah.
And this might be where Commissioner Thornton might want to go, but I just wanted to clarify that the resiliency package funds originated from the prosperity package fund. So that was reallocated by you because of the pandemic. You know, that was a ready source of funds. And so, you know, this is sort of in keeping, I think, with the spirit of that. Commissioner Thornton, I hope I'm not stepping over you on that, but I do want to own that, you know, those funds originated there. We're merely referring to it as resiliency package now because that's its current form. And so that is a source of funds, but it has its roots in the prosperity package. So thank you for letting me share that.
Thanks, Blaine. Ovita, then Mariah.
And Blaine did take my thunder, and it's important to make the connection every time, because the community had gotten involved with the prosperity package. We met at Blaine's office. We met at Memorial Park, and it is a little bit discerning to me that we kind of forget. And I'm real sensitive about stuff like that, because that's the problem with Black history and where Black people come from. Our history gets lost. Our contributions get lost. And we have to be intentional about where things come from. You, people who are more privileged, it's okay, because you're going to have some other great thing somewhere along the line. But it does bother me that we put together something and we had to turn it around because of COVID. I never ever complained about turning it around because of COVID. But honestly, if we're not using this money for COVID, it should have went back to the original pot. I mean, the name, because people were invested. So that's my point. I had promised Blaine that I would not, kind of blow up about this, but I appreciate being able to share my view on it. Thank you.
Thanks for tracing that history, Ovita. Mariah?
Thank you, Mayor Girtz. Coming back to some of my earlier comments and also somewhat piggybacking off of what Commissioner Myers had to say, something that came to mind with this is that, you know, we may be restricted in certain senses from using the funding to boost programs that are focused on survival. But I do know that a lot of programs in the community or areas of interest that people want to get involved in and want to pioneer new programming around and could use capacity building support to do so fall outside of that strict realm of indigent services, of healthcare, of food assistance. So I'm thinking about, for example, there are some in District 2 that are very interested in diversifying the number and kind of affordable housing partners that we have. And so thinking about how we can support them in building capacity towards that goal of being competitive for home funding and things like that, they may fall outside the scope of this program. But a quick fix that also came to mind is a curriculum for training that is, I guess, generalist in nature, that would help support a nonprofit of any kind in, best fulfilling their mission. I think when we talk about things like board governance, or let me pull up the list, financial management. I mean, these are things that for a variety of different kinds of nonprofits could be valuable to learn. And so keeping that in mind, perhaps with the way that the training is administered, so that, let's say, a young version of something like EADC, where they do indigent services, they do preferred food assistance, but they also deal in job skills training. They also deal in classes for new homeowners. They do deal in these other areas that help people not just survive, but thrive. A smaller version of the organization akin to theirs might start up, get their foot in the door doing activities that fall within the scope of this project, but still be able to leverage those lessons in building capacity for other kinds of programming that our community very much needs, along the lines of what Commissioner Myers brought up with that youth development, with support for workforce development, and supporting labor generally. So I just wanted to echo that I'm interested in seeing if this program can be expanded to include some of those other consolidated plan priorities, or if the training can be tailored such that nonprofits can leverage the lessons of it to also have the capacity to compete for funding for programming of different kinds in future, that aren't just restricted to making sure people got healthcare and food, etc. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Oh, go ahead, Hayley.
I was just going to say, we can absolutely do a more generalist curriculum. I don't think we need to limit it to only specific homeless board governance or food assistance agency board governance. So I think that's a definite yes. And then working with the attorney's office, again, to iron out exactly what our parameters are, because we recognize those are not the only core needs that are listed as eligible activities. There's a lot of agencies doing great work in those other areas that have been mentioned in youth development, workforce development, and other areas. So we'll definitely check on that.
And just very briefly before I turn to Jesse, following up on the generalist nature of some of the training, I would love to see if the lessons that may only through local dollars be eligible to a certain class of providers can also be used with some of our other packages as sort of a conjoined program. So as we roll out aid that may be tied to the American Rescue Plan, if we can draw in the same lessons in this program to those nonprofit providers as well, that'd be great. So I think, as many folks have noted from the commission, this is something we've needed for a long time. And so I certainly want to make sure that the benefits that this provides transcends just these organizations, as I'm sure is already the intent. Jesse, let me circle back to you.
Thanks, Mayor. 2 quick docs and 2 last questions. So echoing what we heard from Commissioners Myers and Parker and you, Mayor Girtz, I like the idea of expanding this to include youth development. And if we are restricted to regard it as healthcare, like if part of how we have to hone that definition is healthcare, I just encourage us to think of this in terms of like youth development is violence prevention, and violence prevention is healthcare. The CDC regards violence prevention as healthcare and has piloted a number of programs. A favorite of mine I like to point to is the street level gang outreach program in Portland, Oregon. So, I'd like to see us maybe try to build that into the way we describe these programs. And then this is kind of deep in the weeds, but just something I've heard from some of the same nonprofits who've been advocating for this sort of thing, and I'm so glad we're moving in this direction, is it might be helpful to share what the funding agencies also have to I guess, present to federal agencies to be in compliance. So when we're showing a nonprofit what they need to get the grant, we're also showing what HCD needs to show HUD. So when HCD has to speak that HUD speak and comply with the IRS and stuff to kind of help clarify the why some of what they need to give the local government is because the local government needs to give it to the feds. And then my two quick questions. One is, do you know who will be doing that evaluation component of the program? Is that going to be internal within HCD, or would that be someone else we'd contract with?
Evaluating the success of the actual pilot program?
Yeah.
That's a good question. We haven't thought that far through the specifics of who would be carrying that out, but maybe we can get an answer to you once we have a little more internal discussion. And let me clarify too, we recognize HCD doesn't work in a vacuum. There's a lot of agencies and community partners doing a lot of this work and who've got their own ties in the community. So we would definitely want to coordinate with them on some of these conversations too. And I think maybe there's some opportunity to fill in some gaps where maybe HCD or ACC Gov can't fill certain roles. But definitely we can partner in the community, because I know there are a lot of partners out there who are focused on this too and know it's past time to do some more work.
Awesome. Just want to make sure we get that evaluation built into what we fund, so we're effective. And then the last question is, you had mentioned like the outreach that y'all did with folks who had applied for this last round of funding, kind of that smaller bucket on a very condensed timeline. Do you have figures on how many folks you all have met with one-to-one since, and how many have yet to engage with HCD? And maybe if there's a way to share who has yet to engage, so that we on the commission can maybe help build those bridges to get as many of those folks as possible to meet with y'all?
Sure. We have that. I don't have it on hand tonight, but we can definitely share that with you guys.
Awesome.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks, Jesse. And Hayley, just to tie a bow on this. So we're going to be coming forward with an agenda report, and then there's going to be a follow-up that details some more specifics and some refinement related to what we heard tonight. Is that right?
Yes.
Mayor, do you mind if I ask Manager Williams a quick question, or whoever can answer this as part of that bow?
Go ahead, Mike.
So, I remember with the prosperity package, we had about $4 million in there, and then we did the neighborhood leaders and then the grant writers. I'm just trying to figure out, and this herd was coming from the resiliency, now what used to be prosperity, but I mean, we spent, a lot of that money's been utilized during COVID. So I guess y'all may have already answered this. Where is this money coming from?
So most of it's coming from leftover resiliency package funds for indigent services that have yet to be spent. Y'all, that was the very first commitment you made with the resiliency package back in March of last year, or maybe it was the April voting meeting. Right. You committed that first $150,000, and we've extended contracts and we've done another offering. So there's still some funds left with that. And then part of it is from the FY21 commission-defined budget option, where I think another $225,000 was set aside for, mental health and things of that nature. And so
why that money? I guess I'm wondering why those dollars weren't utilized.
Well, and again, with everything going out the door, we've administered, multiple times more funds than we're used to getting out there, whether it was CARES Act, resiliency package, CDBG, CV, and we're coming to you now to allocate those funds and commit them within this budget year.
Okay. As part of the agenda report, could we get a breakdown of what was spent during the resiliency package and what was left over?
Yes, that's a great idea. And I just want to clarify, of the 225, as you'll see in the agenda report, 175 is proposed for this pilot program, and another 50 is to reimburse Advantage for some help work that they've done along these lines during the pandemic. And we'll explain more of that in the agenda item.
Okay, thank you.
So technically, Manager Williams, this money that we will be voting on, it really is not prosperity package money, because it looks like we've spent that. So you're talking about, and I guess that would be in your written report, because it really looks like we spent all the prosperity money with the COVID money and the almost $2 million we spent on the neighborhood leaders and the grant writers. So technically, I probably am wrong. This really is not prosperity money, because that money should have been gone.
Well, and I think Commissioner Hamby's suggestion is a good one. It might help everybody if we just sort of lay it out on what was spent towards what purposes. But I would say, the resiliency package, the reason that the notion of all of that, and at the time, the monies that you had set aside for the prosperity package, y'all quickly pivoted and put that into play to help the community during the pandemic. And the pandemic is not over. And these Rescue Act funds that we're receiving, I'm actually reading this 150-page technical guidance as we speak, and it's got COVID all in it. So we're still in the midst of responding to the COVID pandemic. And I bring that up, Commissioner Thornton, to make that tie. So the prosperity package funds y'all reallocated those towards resiliency package. You've spent most of them towards community relief up to this point. And what we've all learned is y'all have put more money into the community than this government ever has. Is that, and you've said it even before the pandemic, we need a way to build up other nonprofits. And here we are, we're catching our breath a little bit. There's some funds left over that need to be allocated. We're trying to pay attention to what you've been directing over time. So this is sort of a cleanup of some remaining resiliency package funds and some funds you'd allocated for similar purposes. And as we get some federal funds coming down the pike, we can start this pilot program and maybe better position these nonprofits to be able to access some of those funds, however you decide to spend them, in the next 3.5 years.
I will wait to see the written things, because it's starting to look like a shell game to me. So I'll wait and see the written thing. I do like the concept. I do like the direction we're going in. So let's see what it looks like in black and white numbers. Okay.
Absolutely.
I have one last thing, Mayor Girtz, if I may.
Yeah, go right ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you. I think it could be helpful. I'm not sure yet. I'm kind of thinking through my words as I say them. But I'm not sure what exactly this would look like. But I think it could be helpful both for nonprofits involved as well as the mayor and commission to understand how folks that are regular recipients of federal funding, they were kind of like the bedrock of our response to issues like affordable housing and youth programming. And we have received a lot of critiques to the community that there may be some unfairness or something, that because these folks have the capacity, they continually get the funding and sort of block out other orgs that want the chance to serve their community. So an understanding, I guess, of how they got to where they are today. So both the sense of like what a trajectory for an organization that becomes competitive for that federal funding looks like, both to inform these organizations in developing, a multi-year plan for, all right, what are some milestones that we're seeking to hit in order to get to where we want to go, but also for our own understanding of how it came to be that when we do allocate federal funding, we do tend to lean on the same organizations over and over again who are doing good work, but a better understanding of how they got positioned for that work, I think on multiple sides of this could be really valuable. What form that could take, whether that's a conversation, we could have and other interested commissioners, Hayley, if you want to let us in on some of that history, or if that could form part of the programming as part of the curriculum for this program, so that other orgs can also understand, how does someone like Habitat for Humanity get to the place where it is, would be valuable education for us as a community as a whole.
Yeah, I love that point. And I think those kind of like local case studies I see those as being really valuable. And we've talked about that internally too. And I think the value there, and even another component of this that's not like a defined piece necessarily, but just that social capital and that connection to other people and other organizations. And, there are questions that I can't answer because I've not been an executive director of a nonprofit. But if we can connect folks to other people who have been in those roles and have those lessons learned on the ground, I think that's really valuable. So I really like that idea.
It's a great point. I mean, I think all of us in a variety of roles have had to learn how to model ourselves after other people who are successful. And so if we look toward the program management and data tracking and evolution of a group like a Project Safe or a land trust, who consistently do lots of work and are funded through multiple avenues, that can't do anything but help somebody who's just getting their feet under them.
And as well for us as commissioners, thinking about our own history of who we've lifted up and who we've failed to adequately support in building the capacity that they could have used to be very competitive for these grants today. Had we done things differently, could be an interesting conversation for us to have as well.
Absolutely. And Manager Williams, I'll have you wrap this one up before we move on to the next topic.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be brief. And again, this is a pilot program. And I think we all, there's general agreement on the intent. There's more to come on details. I do want to temper expectations, though. It is a pilot program. I think, Hayley, we've got 10 slots, if you will, in the initial. And Commissioner Parker, you'd asked, are there funds that the entity in the pilot could actually use towards good while they're learning? So that that's not a huge award, but that uses up a good bit of the funds for only 10 slots. So just as you spread the word, or if people get excited about this, just know it's a small pilot to begin with, but it could go to something bigger if we find success and you agree. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Moving on, we've got a few items left tonight. I think it's Manager Williams who's going to present the model for Project Reset, modeled after what Gwinnett County, City of Atlanta, Clayton County, and others have done, given that they got direct federal funding for displacement prevention in prior rounds, and we now are only getting some direct funds from the federal government this month. So Manager Williams, I think I have made you the presenter, so you should be able to share your screen, and we're fortunate to have with us a couple of the magistrate court judges. I think Judge Barron and Judge Macon are with us.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mayor. And Hayley and I are going to tag team on this presentation, and it's titled Eviction Relief Assistance in Project Reset. And I think this was an idea that Commissioner Denson initially brought forward, and I think coordinated some calls with Gwinnett County, which Project Reset is based upon, and invited the magistrate court judges and some staff to be a part of that. And as y'all are aware, we took a look at it. I mentioned it before a couple of times, most recently at the Rescue Act presentation, and you had asked for some additional information in the form of a work session, and so we're here tonight. And really, this is an informational work session presentation, and as the mayor said, we were fortunate to have the judges here for any data or comments they care to share. And we're really looking for feedback from you. Is this something you want to pursue or a variant thereof? But that's the purpose of what we're trying to do tonight. And if we were to do it here, how, with the workload going on with both the magistrate court and staff, what that might look like. So with that, Hayley is going to share to the points that were just raised about some of the results of the work that's been done to date with the resiliency package and CDBG-CV, the current eviction prevention efforts. So Hayley, please carry us through that.
Sure. So on this slide, we wanted to outline the 4 agencies that are currently funded with CDBG-CV funds. You all had approved those funds back in January, and those contracts began February 1st. So the award amounts there, Habitat got $80,000, Land Trust $267,000, Casa de Amistad $215,000, and the ARC $100,000. Most recently, with the most recent Indigent Services or Resiliency Package funding recommendations, you all approved an additional 4 agencies to carry out financial assistance that will run from May 1st through August 31st. And you can see those amounts listed there. And Blaine, if you want to go on to the next slide. So this is a breakdown of our CDBG CV grant recipients. You can see 3 out of 4 of these agencies are very close to expending the awards that were approved back in January. On the far right, you'll see the number of individuals served. So those are some pretty significant amounts. And with CDBG funds, they're required to spend those funds on low-income households. So that's folks that are making at least 80% of area median income, but often we're looking at folks making 50 or 30% of area median income being served with these funds. Based on those figures and what we've been seeing agencies submit on monthly reimbursement requests, I would anticipate that Habitat, Land Trust, and the ARC would all expend their entire grant awards by the end of May or mid-June. And then those funds awarded to Land Trust and the ARC, as well as Family Promise and Project Safe for financial assistance, those have kicked in this month, but those are probably going to be expended within this summer as well. So clearly, there's an ongoing need for financial assistance in this community. There was an ongoing need for financial assistance before COVID, and we have definitely seen folks struggling in a little more dire straits than usual with COVID. Blaine, if you want to go on to the next slide. So I want to clarify too, when we talk about financial assistance programs, these agencies are doing eviction prevention work. All of these agencies provide a different kind of continuum of services, but it is never just cutting a check to a landlord. It includes specific case management, working through and problem solving with clients. Some of these agencies are providing housing counseling and financial counseling services. There is ongoing landlord negotiation, working on behalf of tenants to coordinate with landlords about past due rent and arrears. And there are always referrals to other services in the communities as well when other needs come up. And just to note that all of these agencies are paying landlords and utility providers directly.
Okay, well, again, I wasn't present at any of the Gwinnett County conference calls, but in reading the material that was generated from that, Gwinnett County launched what's known as Project Reset, and it used CARES Act funds to make past due rent payments directly to landlords in order to stave off an eviction. And so their first phase, went through the end of 2020, and these targeted dispossessory filings, and that's when a landlord wants to have someone evicted from their their rental, that goes through magistrate court for folks that where eviction was imminent. So the reset works through the magistrate court and tries to bring tenants and landlords together and resolve that and keep people staying where they currently are. And so this helped almost 4,000 folks stay housed that had been struggling financially due to the pandemic. So just a couple of slides here. The way it works in Gwinnett is the first slide, and then if we were to do anything like this, if you wanted to pursue this, what we would recommend, I think in agreement with the magistrate court, based on staff resources. So the way it works, and I think this will help you understand the program, when a dispossessory case is filed in magistrate court and the case comes up for review, since this program is an alternative, it's funneled through the magistrate court. This can be sent to either party that's involved, and it's on the tenant or the landlord to actually fill out a very brief application to say, we're either party that we're interested in the program. And then down there in blue, so the green is magistrate court, the kind of burnt orange is the tenant landlord, and then the blue is a third party, Home First Gwinnett, in conjunction with the magistrate court. So there's an application completeness check, and then somebody has to call the other party. So if the tenant applied for this assistance, and somebody other than the tenant needs to call the landlord and say, hey, would you want to be a part of this? Then documentation's filed, and there's certain criteria, and the third party, in this case, Home First Gwinnett, helps to negotiate this out. There's some parameters for the percentage of settlement discount. And then in this case, with the federal funds, the finance department, registers the landlord as a vendor, and then there's a payment process from the CARES Act funds to the vendor, and then the magistrate court sort of, finishes the process. If you were to do it here, what we would suggest is that the third party play a much more prominent role and take over some of those duties that were assigned to the magistrate court or the finance department, here where it's much more turnkey. So here we have magistrate court, the tenant landlord in burnt orange, and blue is the third party. So the magistrate court would be involved necessarily on the front end as the recipient of the dispossessory filing, and then they would send a letter, and then of course it'd still be on the landlord and tenant to submit an application, and then from there the third party, which we would ostensibly give a funding allocation to both administer the program but also negotiate and then pay out the landlord and report back to the magistrate court what had transpired, would be the flow here. So all the principles are the same and the outcomes are the same. We would just suggest if you were to consider doing anything like this in Athens-Clarke County, and we don't have funding yet that we're recommending for this, this is really up to y'all if you want to pursue this, that we would make this more of a turnkey for the third party to take over. So as far as next steps, since we don't have ready funding available, I think the thought was, well, you could use Treasury, use this Rescue Act funds to help fund this if you wanted to, as among many other things, hopefully. But really, we're here just to hear your feedback on this type of program as asked by, commissioners and the mayor to take a look at.
Thanks, Wayne. Go right ahead, Mariah.
Sorry, I'm just trying to, being a ghost in the limbo world over here. I'm just trying to jump in when I have some questions. There's a lot I really like about this program. As many people have reached out to, I'm sure all of us, looking for assistance with rental relief, it has been helpful to be able to direct them to housing partners that have been providing rent and utilities assistance, but particularly that this program proactively reaches out to folks that are subject to dispossessory filings. I think is a great aspect. I was wondering though, because it did mention in the slideshow that a letter is sent. Are there other ways that we would plan on connecting with folks that are subject to dispossessory filings? For example, would we have their phone number or other sorts of outreach like that to make sure people who are in need would be connected with the program?
Well, Mayor, if you would agree, this might be a good time to introduce the judges. I will say what I gleaned from our brief discussion on it is that obviously we would inform the attorneys that typically show up, in the courts to deal with these issues and make sure they're fully informed so they could advise their clients as well. But I'll defer to the mayor and Judge Barron, Judge Macon on that.
Judge Barron and Macon, is there an ideal route just for information provision for both landlords and tenants so that they can be aware of this as early as possible in the process?
I think there's two routes. One route is always through the magistrate court because that's the most urgent need are those that are already in court. We probably do 90% of the dispossessories in Clarke County, though state court and superior court does do some because our filing fees are less. We do the majority of them. So that anyone who comes to magistrate court to file a dispossessory or to file an answer, that information or that letter that Manager Williams referred to is going to be made available to everybody. But we have a list of attorneys that represent landlords on a regular basis. So that information can be provided to them prior to the dispossessor being filing. We know who the landlords are that file on a regular basis, so that that information can be provided to the landlords before it's filed. So it's very easy to get that information to the landlords and to the tenants prior to filing, and more importantly, at the filing stage.
That's great. I think that, we've all tried to do our best to publicize what resources have been available in the community, but there's people that we miss. And that this program does have a component where people are proactively reached out to, I think is a huge benefit. Another question that I had regarding the program structure, one of the slides mentioned ACC Gov appointed housing partner that does a lot of the work. Would we have to go through an RFP process in order to select a housing partner, or would they literally be appointed? I was wondering because, the eviction moratorium has been struck down. I would be very interested in getting a program like this in place as soon as possible, and I was wondering if that could delay implementation.
Well, that when asked about it, and consistent with other efforts, we would suggest that you do go through an RFP process, because I would imagine there are at least more than one that might be interested in this. And I think that was part of the urgency that some commissioners wanted to bring this forward, because it takes time to get through an RFP process. So, Commissioner Parker, we would recommend that. Of course, it'd be the commissioner's prerogative to name someone to serve in that role.
Okay, so we would have the option of appointing foreseeably. Is that what I understand?
That you have that ability, yes.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful to know. Since a lot of these other existing programs are running low on funding as is, and we would probably have to go through another round of figuring out how people would apply for a fresh tranche of money. I mean, it makes as much sense to try to get something in place as quickly as possible to help people who are in need right now. So I'd be interested in pursuing that potentially. But yeah, thank you for your insight on those questions.
And then Manager Williams, just sort of pursuing that line of questioning kind of thematically before I move on to other commissioners. So if this process as a process is blessed, and if we seek submissions for program delivery, what do you, or maybe Hayley, this is something that you would weigh in on too, kind of what would the turnaround time be from sort of issuance of the call for program administration to prospective blessing of the qualified recipient?
Well, I would imagine, to give agencies time to respond, typically it's 30 days. We could shorten that, but I know we went with an ultra short RFP turnaround for urgency last time, and we had some folks that were bumping the deadline and complaining they didn't have enough time. So, there's no magic number to that. Then, I would think a couple of weeks to evaluate and make a recommendation that would come to the mayor and commission for approval. So, if you hit the timing of the agenda cycles right, or you could do a special called session, I would say, 60 to 75 days. But that's me saying that, not Hayley.
Okay. No, that's helpful to know, and obviously also to keep in mind that, the eviction moratorium has had some court challenges. I know that some of those cases are rising up to appellate courts at this point, but we know that even without the court challenges, we were looking at the end of June as a sort of drop dead date already. So I'm going to circle around to a handful of commissioners. I see Commissioners Thornton, Myers, and Houle.
I want to put this out there, and at the very beginning, I've been looking at reset since it was brought to our attention, even though we have not discussed as a board until now. So I definitely know we have to do something. A couple of things that I have questions about. One is we did do rent assistance during COVID. And we did get some information today. I don't know how we make decisions about flipping a project when we have not really evaluated the work that we've already done. That's the first thing. I have a problem when it was expected that this reset would take place in June, when we had not even talked about it as a commission. I think that sometimes we should take what we have and tweak it. I think the numbers that I think someone told me, I think in Gwinnett was like 3,000 something, and we did about 1,000 and something here. Well, Gwinnett is much larger than we are. So using the 5 agencies that did a great work, and now to kind of disregard the work they've done, instead of build on what they've done, I would rather see something that is more community oriented, like we did, because these agencies work together as partners. So maybe the new partner in this is the magistrate court, but the other partner is the landlord. So we come up with, we like to adopt what everybody else is doing instead of looking at what we're doing and tweaking it so it'd be better, so we would be a role model in the community. My last point is that I know this is in dire need, but I have a problem if we're going to try to push this through next week without community input. So I'm not saying I'm against reset, but I do think that as elected officials, it is our responsibility to be able to evaluate what we've already done and see if this is the best road to go. And I think that our role as elected officials is to make sure community has enough time for input. This was a wonderful presentation today, but maybe somebody else has a great presentation and are not given that opportunity. I've talked to Judge Barron, I've talked to Judge Green, so I totally get it. And I totally know that, and I also know that every eviction is not about rent. It is sometimes other lease violations. Landlords have gotten kind of smart. And I just would like for us to be a little bit more embracing when we come up with these ideas and include everybody. But I'm not going to support anything that we do not give the community input. I'm not going to do that, no matter how good the program is.
Commissioner Myers.
Great. Thank you so much. This is really, really helpful. And it's actually, I'm following up on some of the points that Commissioner Thornton brought up, because I was trying to figure out how the Project Reset program worked with what we've been doing already. So I'm just going to go over some of these notes that I have here to help me with this. Those numbers actually that we saw already for the 5 agencies, and in fact, they're probably not up to date because Family Promise is not in there, but they totaled 523. And I went ahead and did the math that Commissioner Thornton was looking at and found the population in Gwinnett is, we're 13% of their population. And in fact, 523 people helped is more than 13% of their people helped. So of course, I don't know what other kind of resources there were in Gwinnett helping people with evictions. So, my question is, why not continue to use these agencies already being evicted? Because now I'm seeing actually that they have done a lot. following up on that, and I'm glad the judges are here. I'd love them, Judge Barron and the other judges here, to address how the magistrate court has been working with any of the nonprofits that have already been helping those people with eviction work. And also, I also wanted to know how many of these, what are they called, dispossessory filings there are already in magistrate court right now. Are there any of them ready to go, and how much of them with a rent? So I guess that's a couple of questions in there, but the presentation really helped me understand and try to see how what we already have been doing fits in with this proposal.
So Judge Barron and Judge Macon, can you describe a little bit of what the interaction has been like as people have approached the court around dispossessories, and then if you've had direct access to some of the nonprofit aid agencies that have received funds already?
When the nonprofits receive funding in the scenario that Manager Williams discussed, we have no direct relationship with that. We're told on the other end that the tenant received rental assistance, or that the tenant will receive rental assistance. But those agencies are not in court giving that information to us directly. We're receiving that information from the landlord or the tenant. Usually it's just a portion of the rent, and it may or may not solve the entire problem. I think the difference between Project Reset's model and the prior services that have been provided is the prior services are more of a stopgap measure for a short period of time, and Project Reset is designed to keep the tenant in by helping them with the back rent, so that the Project Reset is a more comprehensive approach as opposed to just giving one-time assistance to somebody in dire need to help them with the rent this month, but may not keep them in 3 months from now. Whereas Project Reset is designed to look at the whole picture and to be able to keep them in through the end of the lease term and not just solve their immediate financial need. In terms of numbers, COVID, I think, has hit everybody hard, to the extent that prior to COVID, we averaged about 300 dispossessory filings per month, and we had about 100 dispossessory hearings per month. During COVID, as of March last year, we've had to cut back on the number of hearings due to social distancing. And as a result of that, a lot of landlords, especially during the CARES Act period and the CDC moratorium, they've not filed as many dispossessories. So our dispossessories have steadily gone down from 300 a month, January, February last year, down to 200 a month, March through the summer down to 100, and steadily coming down. It's slowly building back up, but we're averaging now less than 100 dispossessory filings a month. I have the numbers and I can provide them to you if you need them. But in January this year, we had 107 filings. It went down to 83 in February, and it's back up to 105 in March. And we're probably in the 100 range for April, though I've not totaled those numbers. So that our filings are not as severe as they have been in the past. That may be because the landlords know while the CDC moratorium is in place, they're not going to be able to get the people evicted. We have continued to take filings, but if the tenants file a CDC declaration, we're not ordering any of the evictions, though we do have the authority to take the filing, have the hearing, enter a judgment amount, and set up a payment plan. We just can't order the eviction. So our numbers truly are not going to be anywhere near the range that Gwinnett has. But I think the good thing about Project Reset is that it gives a comprehensive approach to solving or preventing homelessness, whereas the other programs may have been able to provide financial assistance for a short period of time. Judge Macon, want to add something?
Yeah, just in terms of the numbers here. So last year, our filings for the year were about 1,400. In a normal year, we'd be looking at typically over 3,000 filings. And this year, we're right at or even below that same pace so far. One question that I've gotten is how many people are just protected by the CDC order right now and are facing eviction whenever that expires. And I think right now, Judge Barron can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we have about 60 cases in that category. Case came to court, the plaintiff prevailed, they're entitled to the writ of possession, which is the document allowing the eviction to go forward. And normally that would have happened, but it was stayed by the fact that they provided the CDC declaration. So we have about 60 cases in that category right now. And of course,
okay. Yeah, no, I was going to ask a follow-up.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. So when they come to you right now, there's no process where I guess it's a landlord coming to you, right? So it's not the tenant. So there's no reaching out to the tenant in the process right now to make the tenants available about resources that could be helping them. Is that correct?
So that is correct. One thing that we have to watch out for in the courts is that, number one, it not look like we're advocating for either side. And, if we were to do anything that looked like we were advocating for tenants, that would be potentially an issue for us ethically. And that's part of the nice thing here about this program is that the information can go to both sides and will go to both sides. If the program's adopted as has been initially discussed. But right now, no, we do not provide that type of information because it's probably not our place. And there'd be logistical concerns too about, do we give them one for every agency? Do we give them, only a form if it's for rent? All those type of things.
So I feel like I'm a lawyer here saying this to you. Would I then be correct in making the case that doing what we're doing presently could continue and be helpful, but also have Project Reset going on as well?
It's possible, yes.
Okay.
So one question.
Okay.
I was going to say one question that I don't know that we know the answer to, and I suspect you all might not know the answer to, is what happened to those 1,800 cases last year, and what happened to those 500 or so cases that haven't been filed thus far this year? Some of those are cases I would suspect where there's been assistance provided. Some of those may, as Judge Barron said, just be cases where the landlords are waiting on the expiration of the CDC order. And so, one thing we do not know right now that is concerning from a policy perspective is what happens, sort of when the spigot is opened up here by the expiration of the CDC order, whenever that might be.
Thanks, Carol.
Thank you. And we don't have a budget amount with this right now, do we?
No, we don't. And what I may recommend for us to consider in that frame is, as we have with some of the other indigent service funding contracts, some defined period of time, some determination of the number of prospective cases given the circumstances that the judges have described, and then the possibility for a refilling of reset should that need arise.
Mayor, I have a question about the funding. I guess I'm.
Yep, go right ahead, and just to let you know, I've got Commissioner Hamby, Commissioner Houle, Commissioner Edwards, Link, Davenport, and Wright. So
yeah, I kind think having the numbers of, how much is this going to cost? I think that's kind of an important component before we decide how to move forward and in what way. I'm curious though about the 60 cases that Judge Mencken mentioned. Certainly whatever we do, the landlord has to buy into, I would imagine. If the landlord doesn't buy into it, then it doesn't work, right?
I think that's fair to say, at least from our perspective.
Right. So, and I get the fact that maybe if they get 70% of what they're asking, of what they want, that's probably maybe an incentive for some, but it's not going to be an incentive for all if they've gone through this process. But I think, I'm hard pressed to recall any time we have voted on something where where we don't see some budget numbers and some budget implications and some cost associated with it. So I certainly think if we're looking at next steps, then that's something that we need to see in order to make a very informed decision on this. Thank you, judges, for being here. Appreciate it. Good seeing you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. All right, I've got a handful of folks lined up. Got Commissioner Houle, Edwards, Link, Denson, Davenport, and Wright. So Commissioner Houle, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And I really want to thank Judge Barron and Judge Macon for being present here and for supporting this important and needed program and for clarifying some of the facts around this and the reasons for why this is distinct from the nonprofits work that we've been funding. I am just curious if the judges might speak briefly to whether evictions are happening and have been happening that are for financial reasons. I mean, my understanding is they have, but I just want to make sure that we're clear that there are, while not all evictions are for failure to pay, there are some that are for failure to pay that are still occurring. Is that correct?
Probably 80% of our evictions are for rent. The other 20%, as Commissioner Thornton said earlier, are lease violations or end of lease terms not being renewed. So of the 80% that are being filed for rent, it's up to the tenant to file the CDC declaration to stop the writ of possession. It's not our job to advise them that they have the right to do that. We don't have anything in our office except for legal services provided to them. And that same legal services is provided to the landlord as well. So that if a tenant files the CDC declaration saying that they would be homeless, under the federal rules, they would be homeless if they were being evicted and they're making a good faith effort to pay, then that stops the writ of possession, but it does not stop the case. We're proceeding with the hearings because of social distancing. We're only doing 4 hearings per day. And so we probably have at any given time about 40 cases waiting for hearings to be scheduled. We schedule those 2 days a week, 4 per day, and we take them as we get them. We're always going to have the hearing, make a legal finding about how much rent is owed, enter judgment for that amount, and set up a payment plan. Whether or not we can evict the tenant as a result of that judgment depends on whether there's a CDC declaration. Probably, maybe, Judge Macon, you might want to weigh in on this, maybe 40% of them have CDC declarations. We issue quite a few writ of possessions that don't have the declarations. Had 2 cases in court just yesterday, one did and one didn't. And they both had judgments in the range of $5,000 in terms of the amount of judgment, rent, late fees, utilities, and that sort of thing. So we're getting a mixture of both in terms of the ones that we can proceed to evict and the ones that we don't.
Yeah, I think that's all right on. The other category that come up is that we have some folks, and always have had some folks, who don't file an answer. And if you don't file an answer, then you automatically, with very few exceptions, are going to lose, and that writ of possession is going to issue. And some of those no answers may be based on financial filing for failure to pay, Commissioner Houle, as you were referencing. So the short answer to your question is yes. And for the same ethical reasons I mentioned earlier, we can't tell tenants, you really should think about filing the CDC declaration. That's just far beyond what we can do ethically, because the person is making a sworn statement about some facts that we can't suggest that they make. So that does happen still, even with the moratorium in place.
Thank you. So in short, people are currently and have been getting evicted for failure to pay, in part because not all of them qualify for the CDC moratorium, and even some of those who do, for one reason or another, don't file. And part of why that is likely to be the case is because you all can't legally support a tenant's need to file. And so part of what Project Reset does is help guide tenants and landlords through the process of resolution without eviction.
When the CDC declaration was first declared, Georgia Legal Services took the lead in terms of advising tenants as to how they file those applications. They had the forms available to them. So all we did was put the Georgia Legal Services flyers in our lobby. And if someone asked, we said, this is a lawyer service you can contact. And they provided, I think the law library did it for a while as well. But most of the referrals to Georgia Legal Services, those tenants were advised whether to file or not. And it's not our job to decide whether they meet the criteria for CDC. Our instructions are if they file, we'll take it. And it will not stop the hearing, will not stop the judgment, but it will stop the eviction until the CDC expires, which now is the end of June. It may be extended again, but right now it expires on June 30th.
Well, judges, thank you for all that. And if I may, Mayor, just for a comment for my colleagues. I am begging I remember Commissioner Edwards, when COVID was first kicking off, begging everybody to please take seriously the virus. So now I am here begging you all to please take seriously the crisis of evictions and housing. Rent in this community has gone up 33% in 4 years. No one's wages have gone up 33% in 4 years. We have people currently getting evicted. The need is not soon or tomorrow. The need is yesterday. The need is today. And the need is likely to grow very quickly tomorrow. So partially this is about emergency preparedness for what seems likely to come. But also this is about emergency response. So we have a federal agency offering to give us a massive amount of money, way more than we need to meet this problem. So we know we can fund it without having to wrestle over pieces of our budget that we're discussing. We know we can fund it. We have examples in this state that have worked, so we know we can do it legally. We have a great proposal here from staff working with all the players, including the courts and nonprofits, to modify it to work in collaboration with what's already happening in this community. We need this body to act as if the need is as urgent as the thousands of people in this community know it is. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. Move on to Commissioner Edwards.
Thank you. Thank you, Judges Barron and Macon. Good to see y'all. I am looking at this program primarily as a alternative court, alternative dispute resolution, something where we keep folks out of court and then give them an avenue to resolve their disputes without burdening our judicial system with that dispute. Do y'all view that similarly?
To a certain extent, we have a mediation program, as you may know, in place already. The Alternative Dispute Resolution is a statewide program that we do have here in Clarke County. Those mediators' job is to negotiate the settlement between the landlord and the tenant, but there's no funding attached to it. The difference between what we're used to in terms of mediating those cases in this program is this would have funding attached to it. And the proposal that Manager Williams alluded to earlier allows the landlord to settle for immediate funding by reducing some of the back rent. So they're not getting 100% of what they would sue for, but they would get it more on an immediate basis rather than us spreading it out over 4 or 5 years. So to answer your question, yes, it is similar to the Alternative Dispute Resolution, which are filed in our court, sent to mediation, and then brought back for resolution. This model would be the same. The only difference is this model has funding attached to it and the other one does not.
It has funding attached to it that would help fund the resolutions that are achieved through this program.
Correct.
Okay.
Thanks. All right.
And when those resolutions are created, when that resolution is reached through this program, it has binding implications on both parties that can stave off future eviction for a specified amount of time.
That's correct, because our case would be dismissed. It would be a dismissal with prejudice for a certain period of time. I think the proposal anticipates that the tenant will be able to stay through the end of the lease term and be able to pay their rent in the future. The program's designed to pay the back rent, so that I don't think anybody would successfully come through the program unless they have the ability to continue to pay future rent, just needed some relief on the back rent. That's the way I understand the program in Gwinnett and the way it's proposed here.
Well, Judge Barron, I think that sort of highlights the key difference for me between this program and what we've been doing. Whereas before, nonprofits have been funneling payments directly to landlords, but there's no binding agreement that can keep evictions from happening in the future. Here with Project Reset, in contrast, we're able to create binding legal agreements that keep evictions from happening for a specified amount of time.
That's right.
So, yeah. So, well, I mean, Mr. Mayor, that for me is really the key difference between what we've done and what this program might be possible. Thanks.
And if I could just jump in there for just a second, just as a word of caution, obviously what those parameters are, I mean, the devil is very much in the details of that. I mean, what everyone is signing off on, is crucial. And that's a place, our court, even outside of this program, we have the ability to facilitate the parties speaking and facilitate an agreement, but we can never force anyone to agree to anything. And so just as a word of caution, that's a piece, where we would accept, the dismissals that we get, but the language would essentially be between the parties. One thing just generally that we have seen historically is that in many, many dispossessory filings, landlords are more interested in the rent, the back rent, than they are in the property. So they file in hopes that that will facilitate a tenant catching up and go on with the relationship from there. And that's not true in every case, obviously, and not to guarantee that for any particular case. But that is a pattern that we see, that landlords have some incentive here that may be helpful to the program being as robust and effective as it can be. They have some incentives to come to the table, just like tenants do.
Thanks for that context, Judge. I appreciate that. I think that's helpful just to know what that relationship in the courtroom looks like and what those priorities are of folks who show up at dispossessory hearings. I've got a handful of commissioners I haven't heard from, then I'm going to circle back to those I have already. So Commissioner Link, go ahead.
Yeah. First of all, thanks to Judge Barron and Judge Macon for attending this and giving us a lot of clarity on this program. I think you've answered some of the questions that I have about the benefits of this program over the existing assistance that we've offered in recent months. And I too fear the spigot. I know that some landlords have been, a little lax in their rent collection and very understanding in this crisis, but the time is nigh when they're going to start asking folks to pay up. And, we have a dire homelessness crisis on our hands as is. We had one even before the pandemic hit. It's gotten worse in the pandemic. And, I'm certain it could get even worse in the coming months as that spigot turns on. We do have the funding. I mean, this is precisely the kind of stuff that we don't have the funding. We have the American Rescue Plan funding, and that's precisely what it's intended for, is to help folks who have been negatively impacted by the pandemic. We need to prevent homelessness. We're not even tending to the crisis of homelessness and finding housing for currently unhoused people. The first thing we can do is prevent folks from becoming unhoused in the first place. I think we can continue with the program we have with current agencies that are offering that direct assistance, but I don't see any disadvantage in adding this program as well, especially with the legal ramifications it has in preventing those filings from going forward and preventing that black mark on folks' records that they get when they go through the court system for eviction. they might have a hard time ever finding, signing a lease in the future because they have that black mark.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. And definitely thank you for this presentation. And thank you very much, Judge Barron and Judge Macon, for being here with us. And there's a few of the questions I know, at least about Gwinnett counties, that I can answer from my conversations with Commissioner Marlene Foscue over in Gwinnett County, who was one of the key people to kind of get this going over there. And one of the things I want to point out is that, yes, we should totally do this while still doing rental and utility assistance. There's absolutely no reason. Why would we only do one or the other? Gwinnett County, they launched Project Reset after they launched the Gwinnett County Emergency Solutions Grant Program, which they spent millions and millions of dollars. And they right now, if you go to their website, you can go to Project Reset specifically for incidents where people are facing eviction immediately. And for folks who are just needing a little bit more help for rent or utility assistance, there is a link of all the organizations that have received public funding from Gwinnett County that you can get rent and utility assistance from, just like we can do here in Athens-Clarke County. I want us to have a robust response to this, right? We need to if we're going to keep people in housing and keep people from facing homelessness and eviction, and the crisis that this pandemic's happened, we need to be doing multiple things. This isn't an either or. This is a yes. Let's do all of it. And so I would hope, I desperately hope that we go ahead and move Project Reset forward, and also be looking at how we're going to be able to fund the rent utility relief programs we already have. Another thing on this that I think there is the question of, well, what if landlords don't opt in? And whenever I talk to in Gwinnett County about that, asking, they said, yeah, there are a few landlords who don't opt in, but usually it totally makes sense for them to. As Judge Macon brought up, a number of people just don't provide answers, and if they don't provide an answer, they do not provide any back rent. Those landlords, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Judge Macon, but my understanding is that landlord gets no money then. Yeah, they kick the person out, but they get no money. This program, opting into it, they get the money. That's what they want. That's why they're filing for evictions, is that they want the money. So this program is also effective at that. And really, when this comes down to this, is that we can already look at the rush that's happening in the courts in Texas and Tennessee, where their state courts struck down this law before the federal courts did. And there was also a stay, but they've started very much preparing for a potential avalanche of cases that come through. And really, when it comes down to it, is like we're thinking about, we've talked about spending millions of dollars on possibly purchasing a hotel or apartment building to try to use for rapid transitional housing. Millions of dollars for a building that will have, 24 units or less? This program will be able to keep hundreds of people in their homes. This is arguably one of the most effective ways, proactive, that we can keep people from not becoming homeless. And the threat is happening. It's happening right now. I was on the phone with Georgia Legal Services this morning, along with a tenant this morning, a family who's facing eviction. And I didn't know what to tell them. They're trying to get an appeal to stay in. They're trying to get the thing went through state court, and they don't know what's going on, and they're trying to get an appeal. But basically, this family is facing eviction at the end of the day tomorrow. They've been calling me while I've been having this meeting. So I feel we must move forward. I first I invited everybody to that first meeting back in January of this year, over 4 months ago. This is a program that works. It's been copied by multiple counties across the state. It's a program that's in place in Michigan, that was in place before the pandemic happened, because they realized this was working in Michigan. This is something I hope that we can keep going even after the pandemic's over, again, to keep people in their homes. But it behooves us to help our community, to help people who are going to be kicked out of their homes. So let's find a way to do this. I would like to see RFP process expedited. And the funding, obviously, we can start with a smaller amount and obviously be able to add to it. We just need to be able to get this program off the ground using American Rescue Fund Acts, which very explicitly over and over again in that act mentions using the money for eviction relief. So yes, I beg my fellow commissioners for us to act. Let's move this forward. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. I'm going to go to Commissioners Davenport and Wright, who I haven't heard from, and then circle back to Thornton, Myers, and Parker.
All right. So I thank all my colleagues and thank Honorable Barron and Macon for spending your lovely evening with us, commissioners and the general public. So I do want to speak about Georgia Legal Services Program. They already have a program currently in existence that's funded. They have 11 navigators throughout the state of Georgia that goes around and talk to community leaders, talk to the local regional offices, talk to people in the community to help understand what the needs are and connect to individuals who need housing assistance. They work with the landlord as well as the tenant. They also help through the mediation process. If this possessory filing has already been filed, and as well as, they mediate, negotiate with the landlord and the tenant with late fees, lawyers, and the navigators and the lawyers. Some are pro bono, some are brought in from all parts of the state to help out. They also walk the individuals through the steps as well. So it's not just they're handed off. Each person gets their own individual attention. But what I like about the Georgia Legal Services Program that's already in existence is it's just not just for rent. They have wraparound services as well. So I'm not against Project Reset. I'm still trying to learn and just trying to see what's best for the needs of our community. But at the same time, like Project Reset is they negotiate, and correct me if I'm wrong, till the end of the lease term, whereas Georgia Legal Services, they are trying to help the tenants get their back rent paid, and they have millions of dollars to help pay for their back rent, but also help these individuals get the benefits that they need, to help them with their education, help them whatever, so they won't get back into this situation. The problem that I see a lot with this commission, it seems like we put Band-Aids on these very sensitive issues, but we can pay people, we can keep people in their homes, and that's a definite positive. But what happens comes August? What happens come January and February? When the tenant, because the tenant can send these individuals to court for complaining too much or whatnot. So, but I'm just wanted to educate my colleagues that there's already a program statewide in place through Georgia Legal Services that works with DCA. They have 11 navigators. They work with the landlords and the tenants. And most of the cases that they've already had has not even gone to court. So, it's a little less stress off of Judge Barron and Judge Macon. So I'm just, I just think we need to put all the options on the table and realize that there may be other alternatives out there instead of just one.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Wright.
Hi. I really appreciate the judge's input and being here for us to ask some good questions. The question that I have is, when you were, Judge Barron, when you were talking about the process, you were talking about the filing cost, and then the response has to come depending on which person files first. Can you enlighten us on the cost for this dispositionary?
Possessory. Yes, the cost is set by state law.
Okay.
So if there's one tenant, a landlord would have to pay $75 filing fee. That's the filing fee and the service fee. All dispossessories have to be served by the sheriff. They can either be personally served, left with someone of suitable age at the home, or actually they can be tacked on the door and mailed as long as it's done the same day. But there's one filing fee for each dispossessor at $75. It goes up in $25 increments if there's more than one tenant that has to be filed against in that same case. So if the husband and the wife both sign the lease, they would both have to be sued and the filing fee would be $100. As part of the case, if judgment is entered against the tenant, then that court cost would be given back to the landlord as part of the case. So that when we enter judgment against the tenant, it's going to be rent, late fees, any utilities that are owed, plus the court costs. And the total judgment can then, by state law, be set up into a payment plan as part of the court order. Even before the pandemic, that's always been allowed by state law, is for magistrate court to set up a payment plan. That payment plan may not get the tenant the ability to stay, but that gives them the ability to take that back rent and spread it out over several months or several years. Even if they're going to move on to other housing and other locations, they still have that judgment against them that's broken out into payments that they can comfortably afford. But $75 is the basic filing fee for one tenant.
Okay. And then the tenant, okay. And I guess as we continue to learn what we can use what funds for, I would like to learn if that fee is something that we can use some pockets of money for.
I think that the way the program is anticipated to be used, the landlord would have to waive some things. And I think part of negotiations is for the landlord to get the bulk of what they're asking for, which is the rent. And as part of the negotiations, have the landlord waive the late fees and waive the court costs on the condition that they get the back rent right away. Because the way I do it, I could order that it all be paid over 3 years. But as part of this program, the settlement negotiations may be that the landlord gets, for example, 70% of the back rent, they waive the late fees, they waive the court costs, and on the condition that they get the back rent in a lump sum right away. So I don't know if the federal rules prohibit you from using the funding for court costs. I do know that there's a proposal that would encourage the landlord to waive the court costs as a result of the settlement in a program like this. So that's something.
So that makes a lot of sense. I appreciate all those details. So that means that the landlord would still be paying the $75. They're just not passing it on in the settlement payback.
That's what I'm suggesting. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, the settlement, of course, is up to the landlord and the tenant. All we're doing is approving the settlement and dismissing our case as a result of the program. But the way that I've heard others speak of the program, that's what they're hoping, is that the landlord would waive some of those administrative costs in exchange for being able to get the back rent in a lump sum, as opposed to spreading it out over months or years that the court would have the ability to order.
Right. And then the tenant is not incurring any fees from court?
The tenant never incurs any fees from court. There's no cost to file an answer. So you only have 7 days to file an answer. From the day the sheriff comes out there to serve the papers on you, you only have 7 days to answer. That time frame was not limited by state law, right? Is not limited by state law right now, or by emergency order of the Supreme Court, so that the tenant still only has 7 days to answer. That's what Judge Macon said earlier. Some tenants don't answer.
Right.
And if they do answer, then we'll schedule a hearing. We're probably about a month behind on scheduling hearings because we have about 40 to 50 at any one time, and we're only doing 4 a day, 2 times a week. So we have a pretty hefty backlog on hearings. So a lot of those cases have been sitting for a couple of months already before we can actually have a hearing. But the way I anticipate this program working is if the landlord and the tenant agree to participate in the program and go through the negotiations, and our case is put on hold. We don't schedule a hearing. Nothing happens until we hear from whatever agency is doing the negotiations. When we hear from them that the case has settled, we'll approve the settlement. If it did not settle, then we'll go forward with the hearing at that point. But this program would freeze the court action until they make an effort to negotiate.
Okay. And then my last question, which I don't expect an answer now, but I was hoping that between you and Judge Macon that there was paperwork that you could send to us that gives us an idea of what amount of money we're talking about. Like what a typical lease, I don't know what information you would have historically that would give us a snapshot to understand. I mean, you talked about, 1,400 of these happening in 2020, but anyway, if there's anything that you have that's going to give us the ability to know.
Probably answer some of that now. Most of our filings, the rent range anywhere from $400 a month. I had one yesterday where the rent was $1,200 a month. Some tenants are only 3 months behind. Those are easy to solve through this program. Some tenants are all 12 months behind. Judgment yesterday for $7,000, last week for, $10,000. So that the ones that have been around for the longest are going to be the harder ones to settle, and they're going to cost the most. So I think when you're thinking about the program, that has to be a decision that the commission has to make based on the funding available to you. You can say, as a part of the program, anybody who's eligible for this program has to have a limit number on the amount of rent that's past due, because if you're going to take all of our $10,000 and $12,000 cases, you're going to eat up that money right away. If you want to limit it to the ones that are behind in rent less than 6 months, then you'll have a bigger pool of money to use. So that's not something that we can tell you which way to go. We can just let you know that we have the broad range of some tenants who owe thousands of dollars and other tenants who could just use a help with a few $100s and be caught up and on their own. They haven't worked for the last 3 months, but they have a good job now and can pay current rent. So if you can help them with the 3 months back rent, which may be $1,000 or $1,200, they would be fine. But the ones that haven't paid rent for an entire year, and we still have some of those, we're talking about $5,000 or $6,000. You may or may not be able to help them.
Okay, thank you. That was very helpful. And so is everything that you guys have brought forward about this, so that we can all be discussing from the same information.
And thanks for that, Allison. I think that set of questions helps inform us as we consider program design and eligibility criteria. Just a couple quick observations kind of before we move on to folks for another round. Brewed a big, strong pot of coffee this morning, so I spent the 5 and 6 o'clock hours reading the U.S. Treasury guidance for American Rescue Plan dollars. And in fact, rent relief is explicitly mentioned a couple of times in that document. So just want to make it clear that it's evident that Treasury agrees that this kind of program is among those things that can be funded, not only through those past programs that larger counties were able to take advantage of, but through this tranche of funding. And then the other thing really is just from 20 years of experience working with young people and their families in the context of public ed, which is that among the most disruptive and challenging events in young people's lives is unexpected transience, because that almost always means that there's going to be some lag in educational access. And I can tell you sometimes I've seen that lag be a 10 and 12 week lag where, kids literally were nowhere. And the other long-term challenge is that you get learning loss because people have lost association with their friend networks, with their classroom teachers, with familiar librarians and others who provide support structure around those lives. So I'm glad that other counties have stood this up as a model and recognize the significance of it in maintaining stability for us here. As we work through this period of this public health and economic crisis. And I think as everybody looks forward to onto firmer ground, I have one very small question, and potentially somebody who has looked at the program guidelines. I don't know if Blaine or others are aware of this. There's a block in the perspective workflow titled eligibility determination. A question that I got from a couple community members is, how do we ensure that somebody doesn't have 10 grand sitting in their bank and they've got an $800 back rent bill and prospectively they would have this pot of funding available to them? Is there anybody who could talk a little bit about that?
I can't speak to that right now, Mayor. Perhaps somebody else can.
I can.
I can't speak to it either, but I do have a comment.
I really can't speak in a deep, intelligent way about that question, but I think that I did speak on the phone with Judge Bloom, who's the Chief Magistrate Court Judge in Gwinnett County, and I think they wrestled with the idea of how much documentation to require, especially now that we're a full year into the crisis, and that's something to think about. The more documentation you require, the more administrative costs that you have. So that's kind of a trade-off there. I think I could say from personal involvement in the courts that if you are living in a residence where you are at some of the lower levels of rent in our community, the odds that you are sitting on a pile of money are pretty low, and that rare case may not be worth all of the evaluation you would do of the other 99 cases where it's not an issue. But like Judge Barron was saying, obviously there's a lot of issues for you all here to sort out on your own, and that's definitely one of them. How much evaluation verification you want to put into this versus how much do you want to sort of resolve situations.
Thanks for that, Judge Macon.
And Mayor, I did ask that question to Gwinnett staff whenever they were talking about they basically said the same thing that Judge Macon said. When they thought of course there's some risk there, but they thought it was more worthwhile to take on that potential risk rather than make the application burdensome and also the administrative work burdensome. So also I guess that question would apply right to any of our COVID rent relief, utility relief, and we didn't go that direction with those other programs, and I don't think they backfired. It seems like they've been successful.
Thanks for that, everyone. All right, let me follow up with just a second round as we wrap up this topic. So I've got Commissioners Thornton, Myers, Parker, and Hamby.
First of all, I want to say, hold on. Let me let y'all. Okay, here we go. First of all, I want to personally thank Judge Macon and Judge Barron. I have talked to Judge Barron. I have talked to Judge Green. And I know this is a huge problem. And I don't want anyone to think that I am against reset. I am suggesting that we look at what we have and how we tweak it and to make it better. I don't think that the issue, we all agree on the issue, but I do have a problem when we are not even going to look at what we've already done. What we've already done may be trashed. I don't know. But we need to make good decisions based on solid information, not because of what somebody else is doing. I will also say that at Bethel Homes, there was a decrease in dispossessories because of rent. And that was because the Bethel Homes management had decided after people were getting financial assistance from the agencies that we had in place, they dropped the late rent and those extra fees. So that cut some of those cases that went to court. I don't see how we can move forward when we have a resource like Commissioner Davenport said with Georgia Legal Services. What can they offer to this project? So I don't want to walk away, and I don't want anybody else to walk away thinking I'm against reset. I'm saying let's get all the facts before we make a decision that is not as good or I'm not going to say not as good, but maybe there's some things that we need to tweak. I would rather know that we have 5 organizations, community-based organizations, working with the magistrate court than 1. And that's what this is kind of boiling down to. Who's going to be the liaison? Who's going to be the middleman? We already have middlemen or women in these positions. So why are we trying to create something brand new when we need to look at what we already have, tweak it to fit, and help people? And I will say this, I'm glad that the mayor brought this up about the American Rescue Plan. We just got the Treasury guidelines yesterday. This was put on the ballot over a month ago. And I don't think that we, just because we're commissioners, we have that privilege of just saying, oh, well, we know it's coming. We have told other people not to present until we got the Treasury guidelines, but yet and still we did it. So I do have a problem with that. Yeah, I knew this was going to fit. I knew it was going to fit. But we need to hold everybody to a standard that we need to be of the same standard. So I don't have no problem with this reset. But let's look at what we got. Let's tweak it and move forward, because people need our help. And while we're talking about rent, what about people who are losing their homes because of mortgages? What about those folk? We haven't even touched that. So there's a bigger conversation to be had. And I don't want to be, kind of rammed into a position that I don't want to help people that are in dire need, because there are a lot of people in dire need. And there are some landlords who are in dire need also. The mom and pop landlords, they're in dire need too. So that's my point. And I thank you.
Mayor, can I respond to the mortgage issue?
Yeah, please do, Commissioner, Judge.
Mortgages are non-judicial foreclosures, meaning you know how they're on the courthouse steps, used to be the first Tuesday in every month, and they sell the property on the courthouse steps. That's because foreclosures based on mortgages don't have to go through the court system in order to foreclose on the property. Now, the dispossessory does have to come in order to get them out. After the property's been foreclosed on, if you want to remove the former homeowners out of the property, you do have to file the dispossessory, but the mortgage amount is not part of the case. So there's nothing we can do in magistrate court as far as mortgage is concerned, except to issue the writ of possession after the foreclosure has taken place. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that we can only deal with rent issues and not mortgages in magistrate court.
And that was my point exactly, Judge Barron. There's another group of people that are facing homelessness that we're not addressing. So Thank you for that explanation.
All right, Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, that actually was one of my questions as well. And I'm sure, and this is sort of another topic here, but there must be somewhere where we can get that information on foreclosures. Is that something that we have that's publicly available about how many people have had foreclosures in Clarke County this past year? Because that would just be good information to have as well. But back to the question at hand about the rent and the evictions. There's a couple of things I wanted to see if we had any information on. And one is if we have information on any kind of follow-up that the nonprofits who have worked with tenants and helped them with rents, is there any process by which those nonprofits are following up a month or two later to see where people are? And if is that part of the evaluation process? I'd like Manager Williams, if we could have that kind of information as well. It looks to me that we actually need to have a proposal for a continuation of what we're doing, plus the Project Reset. Project Reset is getting people into the judicial system. There's a lot of applications. There's different things going on. All that we could do to keep people out of that is great. And if we have nonprofits who are working in that area that have been successful, let's keep doing that. let's add on the Project Reset to catch the other people who are not helped by those programs. And I also thought maybe the judges had some kind of information about how Georgia Legal Services, that Commissioner Davenport, how often you see them involved in eviction cases, and if there's any insight into how those services are accessed, used, that you could share with us.
Couple of things about Georgia Legal Services. I worked there for 20 years, so I pretty much know the ins and outs of how the program works. Prior to COVID, they had a staff attorney come here every Wednesday that would talk to landlords and tenants about potential cases in magistrate court and how to present a case. After COVID hit, we decided not to allow that service to come into magistrate court, but between the law school and Georgia Legal Services, they take a lot of those phone calls and give a lot of information by phone. They are still, Georgia Legal Services attorneys are still filing answers for tenants in magistrate court. And part of the answers in most cases would include the CDC declaration that would stop the writ of possession, but not necessarily stop the case as a whole. So they're continuing to serve tenants to the extent that they will represent them in magistrate court, will negotiate with the landlord and try to come to a resolution outside of court, or will present the case for trial if they cannot resolve it. So they're actively involved in the representation still. I'm not as familiar with Commissioner Davenport information about how they work statewide in terms of the services they provide. I just know that when we see them in magistrate court, they're filing answers to represent tenants.
And how would they, or maybe Commissioner Denson knows this, I mean, how would those I guess how many of those tenants are represented by Georgia Legal Services programs, but how would they interact with Project Reset? Would they not interact? Would, what would the, I guess how that's another factor. And would they, I guess my question is, how would Crescent Services interact with Project Reset? Would they be helping them? Would we be informing Georgia Legal Services about this program?
They've been helping with certain tenants in Gwinnett County and also in Fulton County. I know. I was actually talking to the regional director this morning. But the thing is, they don't. So they would be doing, like, if we had the Project Reset in place, Georgia Legal Services wouldn't have to be spending as much time on those cases, because those cases would get negotiated, settled, and dismissed, leaving Georgia Legal Services that, like Judge Barron said, comes here one day a week because they're spread out so much, and they would be able to focus on other cases that are much more difficult. Now, another really important thing, though, is to say is Georgia Legal Services does not give funding at all directly to anybody. They might negotiate something, right? But that money has to come from somewhere else. I mean, if you're negotiating a settlement, where's that settlement coming from? Project Reset brings that negotiation with settlement money, with the dismissal through the courts. And I know Commissioner Davenport brought up the DCA program through the state, which is a statewide program. It's also a program that is not active right now. They have shut it down as the CDC eviction moratorium is going on, what's going on there. It's also very confusing. If you go to that website, after you click through to the actual application, that's finally when you find out that it's not actually active and they're not giving out any funds. But also that funding is meant to be spent statewide. Because that has to be spread so thinly across the entire state, basically every other metro area that has a population over 200,000 people have created their own program, like what we're talking about right here, right now, so they can focus on the larger, denser metropolitan areas. That DCA program, which has not nearly enough money, not even close enough money, can be focusing on the more rural areas outside of metro areas.
And just logistically, again, I know we've all discussed this for so long, but we'd be contracting with a third party person to do some of the administration of this and working with the tenants and landlords. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
And did we say earlier that we would have an RFP or just appoint this?
Well, staff would suggest if you were to do this, an RFP, but Commissioner Parker clarified that you could just anoint folks if you wanted to. That's a prerogative of the commission.
So theoretically, we could work with, let's just say, one of those nonprofits that's been helping already could be administering this kind of program, and the other ones could continue doing what they're doing in my scenario. Thank you.
Thanks. I've got Commissioner Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I'm in support of this program. I've had constituents who have been through every single other program, and they reach out to me for assistance, and I send them the flyer with local providers. They respond that they have gotten help time and time again. They've given the landlord money, then more money, then more money. And there's, at the end of the road, no guarantee these people will be able to stay in their homes. And I really like this program because that longer term stability is critical, and it is provided through these means. I think we can discuss tweaking existing programmings alongside passing this program with immediacy, since it's been clearly articulated the unique and separate functions this and other programs serve. I see this as acting with urgency to help people with the most dire need who are at the most acute risk of becoming homeless, while taking a more measured approach in evaluating and sustaining programs that offer that month-by-month relief for folks that may not be as burdened, that may not be at the point where they are about to be out on the street, and that those programs can coexist peacefully. With regards to questions earlier about figures on this, I'd be interested to see a budget number as well, but I feel like our discussions tonight are not unlike agenda items that we have under agenda setting session that are by title only, or contracts that lack a bid amount ahead of our voting sessions. I think we've all benefited from discussion of this structure of the program and its merits. And I've been really thankful for the opportunity to clarify some of those nuts and bolts this evening. As well as just, I appreciate the work of Commissioner Denson over months to get this together, and invite other commissioners interested in doing similar work, for example, to prevent foreclosures, to do the work of bringing forward a program like that addresses those needs as well. I think this evening, with the awesome presentation that Hayley and Blaine have given, we've had the opportunity to evaluate this program side by side with existing services. I've been very, very appreciative of that opportunity. And the last thing I wanted to say, in regard to some of Patrick's comments about Georgia Legal Services, I guess it doesn't matter as much given some of the additional context that Commissioner Denson just gave. But the question arose for me of whether or not Georgia Legal Services could be the partner. The question of whether it has to be a housing partner per se to do those negotiations, because that might serve as an opportunity for us to take advantage of some of those wraparound services that help ensure tenants don't end up in a similar situation in future. So I wanted to pose that as a possible collaboration between folks that are doing good work now. But ultimately, I look forward to voting on this soon.
Thanks, Commissioner. And finally, Commissioner Hamby.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. And I do think it's important to see some budget numbers. I mean, I can remember a couple of months ago, we're given the third, some were given us, some others, the third degree on some budget numbers. So we need to see some budget numbers so we don't put this together and make sure that it's effective. So how much we need some specifics. How much is the program going to cost? I've read in Gwinnett County where when they started this, they were assisting folks with 80% AMI. Now they've changed it to where it's 50% AMI. So what's our specifics going to be? What are our specifics? Yes, I read it in the article, Tim. So what are our specifics going to be with here in Athens? What is the AMI going to be here in Athens? What are the specifics here in Athens? The current program, we've helped 1,100 households. According to the information Blaine sent us today. I do wish our HCD would collect a little bit more data on so that we can properly, as Commissioner Houle brought up early, properly evaluate some of how our money is being spent. So there's a lot of data that could be there about how many people were turned away from the rent assistance funds that would have been helpful with this. So according to Manager Williams in the email, approximately 1,100 households have been serviced with what we're currently doing. And compare that to 3,100 households in Gwinnett with their larger population, I think we're doing all right. I'm not saying we can't do better, and I'm not saying I'm against Project Reset, but I'm saying give me some more information before I make a vote on this and move forward with it. So we need, certainly more specifics are needed in order to make an informed decision, which I hope everybody would want more information in order to make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. A couple more for final round, and then we're going to move on in the agenda. So Commissioner Davenport, Commissioner Houle.
Just real quick about Georgia Legal Services. I'm not representing Georgia Legal Services. I'm just supportive of the work that they do. So with the DCA, they help with the application process. If anyone is interested, they can go to Georgia Legal Services program directly, and they'll be able to help. And they have a wash, what I was told, that they have plenty of money to help with the process of keeping people in their homes, and they also can direct you to the services that help people with mortgages as well. And also they work with a team with the Georgia Bar Association, and they work with a lot of lawyers throughout the state of Georgia. There are thousands of them. Thousands of lawyers throughout Georgia who take on these cases and get paid from the money that Georgia Legal Services was directly given just to help with the tenants, to help tenants stay in their home. So they have a lot of resources. They have a lot of money. The program it was federally funded. So if anyone wants to directly get assistance now and not wait, glsp.org.
Thanks for that, Patrick. And finally, Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm thinking of how we go about SPLOST projects, and oftentimes we have multiple stages. There's the project concept, and then eventually there's a funding allocation. This conversation started really in January, and I think we've arrived at a point today where we've gotten plenty of information. We've had this, robust discussion, great presentation. It sounds to me like we need to move forward with the project concept, and we can circle back on the budget allocation and exactly how much money to put into it. But there's a need to build out the infrastructure for this program. The architectural drawings, if you will, need to be developed and approved. The paperwork needs to be written up. And then, we can review that when we decide to put however much money we need to put toward it. But to go back to my emergency analogy, we are fairly sure there is a big flood coming, and we have money that we know can fund a shelter for people. Essentially, we're literally talking about housing here. And please let us not delay having the shelter built in time because we didn't get the plans drawn up in time. That's essentially what we're talking about here, right? We need to move forward on approving the project concept so we can identify who that partner is that fills in the majority of that workflow. And then we can come back and put the money in, whether that's 2 weeks or a month from now. And also, I will just reiterate that while there is a flood likely to come, there are already people very much in need. So the need is literally now, and is just about to balloon. So I guess with that, I have an ask of the mayor of, can we vote on that first part, the project concept, in the special called session on Tuesday?
I would add though that with SPLOST projects, we do have a defined budget before any concept or anything. All these SPLOST projects have a defined budget.
So what I want to do is wrap this conversation so we can move on. I think there are a couple of ways to approach this. Certainly one is to have a process that's blessed, and I think everybody recognizes there's some due diligence about funding, and a first phase of funding is obviously something that we would need to have some scale around program eligibility requirements, or something that we would need to have some kind of more consciousness around. Manager Williams, can you help provide a couple of opportunities for us as we think about this program?
As far as funding, Mayor?
Just in terms of levels of approval and how that in your mind might move forward. And again, I would see program design, probably breadth of eligibility, certainly followed by some scale of funding for a defined period of time.
Sure. So, I think there's points been made, good points made tonight. Part of it is there's an urgency to it. There's some need in the community. The funding on which it's based, we just learned about yesterday. We knew it was coming. So the timing has not been ideal for anybody. There is, depending on what, Mayor, what direction you choose as far as if you choose to go forward, how to, identify and name the partners that will help us in this and work with the magistrate court. There's a little bit of lead time built into that. And that begs the question of how those folks are compensated. I would think that, there would be an amount given, of course, to administer the program, as well as, I think Judge Barron did an excellent job of helping us understand how quickly you could go through money depending on how you target, folks. I know in Gwinnett, they sort of had a percentage discount, if you would, on the settlement. So if it was a small amount of money, there'd be a small discount, for the rent paid, and then it would get larger as it went on. All that being said, I would feel more comfortable with a consensus of this commission to move forward. We could assign some order of magnitude budgets to it. I'm still, like I said, working through this, and the other thing was not trying to get too far ahead of the process of understanding where the rest of the funds were going to go as well. So all that being said, Mayor, I would like the feedback from the commission about whether we continue to put some more effort into this. What we have right now is we did a pass-through with the magistrate court and staff to understand what resources we had available, what model might work here. There are some finer tuning that needs to go on to define the program. We could finalize an RFP if y'all want to move forward with that, or if you just want to, either way, whether you do an RFP or whether you just anoint someone, they need to understand what you're asking them to do. And then they could give us feedback on how much time and resources that may take. We can certainly look to Home First Gwinnett as far as what their time allocations are for, application completeness with applicants, negotiating, soliciting payments, making payments, reporting those cases back to the magistrate court. Those are all, fairly certain tasks that have to be undertaken. So just knowing if I think really the first step is knowing if the commission wants to proceed with this.
So what I'd like to do, what I'm going to propose is that we move forward with program design and then have a follow-up once we have some more clarity around what that design translates to in terms of community need. And so, the questions about AMI, questions about duration. But if we at least begin with design, then staff can be doing some of that further due diligence through correspondence with magistrate court. So is everybody comfortable with that sequence?
No, Kelly, because if you don't know the budget of all of this, then how are you going to design anything? I mean, if we don't know how much the partner is going to ask for, whether or not it's going to be an RFP, how do they know how to respond to an RFP if they don't know how much money is available? You can't design something without having a cost associated with it. And I'm not trying to be difficult. I know it sounds like I am, but you've got to have a cost associated with it. We don't design anything without knowing what the costs are? I don't mind having Manager Williams go out and do all this other stuff that needs to be done in order to find out these specifics and then come back to us as a total package. But to do it piecemeal like this, what if we do the design, then come back and figure out it's going to cost $3 million? All of a sudden we've had staff do all this work and then we turn it down or something. So it's got to be, you do it as a package and go from there. I'm not saying don't go figure out all these other details or stop it, but Get it all together first and then come to us. Don't just do it just so we can sit here and say on TV that we're doing something called Project Reset so that somebody can go put it on Facebook and get some credit.
Commissioner, I'm going to go ahead and move on. Want to go ahead
You don't need to unmute me, Kelly, because I'm just about finished. What I'm saying is get some more specifics from the manager in order to do this.
And an opportunity I think we have is
that's the responsible thing to do, Mayor. That's the responsible thing to do.
I think an opportunity we have is certainly to define that scope of need while we get more information about what the program accessibility would be. I think a lot of folks have identified that one of the really good things that we've got is some knowledge from the existing nonprofit partners that we've had who can tell us a little bit about what they're seeing in terms of the typical profile of that member of the public who is in need. So others, Commissioner Myers.
Yeah, I would like also to have some sort of proposal going forward to continue the other part of the work that we've been doing so that the two things can go hand in hand. So just that's clear that we're going to continue with that, or I don't know, something along that line. I want to see the Project Reset, but I want to see both of these programs moving forward. So I guess I just want some sort of reassurance. We were shown pots of money that were available, and to see if we still are going to make some more of that available as well in the next 2 months, to go along with to fill those pots up as we're doing this. And that might reassure those in the community as well that we're not abandoning one way of going about this. We're supplementing it and with a parallel program to meet a different need.
And just one quick follow-up question. Obviously, we know that we've got a couple of folks who've got some funds right now, and just one of our kind of several partners has a pretty significant tranche of remaining funds. Manager Williams, do you know if, given those sort of other support areas, are those other partners giving referrals over to Casa de Amistad?
I'm not sure, Mayor. We'll have to look into that.
Okay. Thank you. All right, Commissioner Houle.
Thank you, Mayor. So what I'm hearing from staff is they want clarity from this body on whether to move forward and perhaps a bit of how and on what timeline. And absent a full consensus tonight, the mechanism we have to give staff clarity is a vote. So I would ask that an item be on our special called agenda on Tuesday that states what staff wants clarity on, and we take a vote on that on Tuesday. And to speak to the question about what door that opens around how much it might cost down the road, if this program is going to cost a large amount of money, but that large amount of money means that we're keeping people from becoming homeless, a crisis that we've all talked a whole lot about, then, that seems like a great place to put however large a pot we need to fill. But, that's a bridge to cross a bit down the road, I think. The sense I get is that a majority of this commission is prepared to vote. And so I would ask that we have this on our agenda on Tuesday to give staff clear direction to move forward, or to clarify in vote form that this body is not ready.
I don't know if you see my hand, Kelly, because I'm looking kind of dark there. There's been enough questions today that need to be answered before next Tuesday. And I would like you take away 30 days of public comment voting next Tuesday. You take away the public input for 30 days and you narrow it down to a week. Now, if this is good, if this is a good thing, we should be able to at least make sure that public has input and other ideas. I don't know why I'm feeling like I'm something's being rammed, up me or down me. But You're taking away 30 days of public input by pushing this next week, even with the questions that we have raised today. Now, either we're going to be a democracy of this community or we're not. We're not, Jesse, or whoever. I didn't mean to make that personal. Either we are or we're not. So I'm okay with whatever you go, but let's don't say that we're doing this for folk and we don't give them the opportunity to speak. We've done it before. We have shut people down. And then the progressive folk don't give them the opportunity to speak on this. This should be like every other process, 30 days for public input. Now, if you have something different or you feel different, that's okay. Just say it. Just say it. But we normally do a 30-day input. And we are setting a bad precedent when we're ramming stuff through and we take that right away from our citizens.
Let me go to Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm gonna try to keep this brief. I know we need to move on. We have other things on our agenda. But I do have to agree with Commissioner Hould, mainly because one of the reasons that it took so long for us to even have this discussion right now has been because of lack of process and direction to staff, is what I've been told. And bringing this up back in January, talking about this, knowing that this was going to happen, knowing that we needed to act, finally on, I believe it was April 19th, April 6th, or something like that. About 4 weeks ago, this was presented to us asking if the commission wanted to go ahead and have an RFP drafted up that we could be presented with. A lot of the work that right now we're saying that needs to be done, we were asked 4 weeks ago if staff should move forward with that work, and then we would vote on before we ever actually spent any money. That was 4 weeks ago, and again, like I know staff has said that they have lack of direction here, so they haven't wanted to make movements and put things in place, which I get. So, and especially with us hearing that an RFP process usually takes 60 to 75 days. So if we were to vote on this in a week, we're still talking 2.5 months away for anything to be done. See, Judge Barron had to step off. Thank you so much, Judge Barron. But we obviously need to do something though, or else this is nothing's ever going to happen here. So we have been talking about this we got presented this weeks ago. I think it is definitely proper for us to at least vote on a concept next Tuesday. So we're giving very direct direction to staff so they can move forward and begin this program. And if we vote it down that we don't want to, then that's fine, right? Everybody gets their ability to vote and how they feel like it needs to happen. But we need some concrete direction here, obviously, because that's why nothing has happened over the last few months.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break ahead of our next presentation, and then we'll follow up with that. I've got 8:32. We'll see you back at 8:37. Judge Macon, thanks for joining us here, and I'll go ahead and set up the next group for presentation.
Thanks, Judge Macon.
All right, everybody, you're on the back nine now. We're here with the last couple items in our monthly work session here with the Athens-Clarke County Commission and myself. And our next presentation is from Classic Center Director Paul Kramer, who is going to present the project concept for the Classic Center Arena. So, Paul, thanks for being with us tonight.
Great. And thank you all so much for giving me an opportunity to bring this to you tonight. What you're seeing in the background is really imagery of what our arena would conceivably look like. And I just want to thank everybody that's been involved with getting it to this point, because it indeed has been a lot of work developing this concept from beginning to end. Tonight, really, we'll keep this short. We just want to introduce the project concept as recommended by the user group. And again, I want to thank our manager for assembling such a great user group that indeed has been very involved from the very beginning. I want to discuss a few amendments to the project budget. Many of you, I'm sure, are aware that material costs have been going up at a rather rapid rate, roughly 20% increase in the project construction costs. And then finally convey some of the next step actions that would be required from the Mayor and Commission as we move this project forward. Just a bit of history. You know that we're project number 3. Certainly we were passed by a very good margin through the public referendum to have SPLOST funding of $34 million. And then we were selected to be in the first tier to be able to advance forward. Mayor and Commission approved our architect, Perkins and Will, back in February, and recently in April approved the CM at risk, J.E. Dunn, to be a partner in building this project. Since that time, we've hosted a number of community engagement sessions. Here again, they were very active. We had great participation both live and online. And the last major public engagement session wrapped up just last night. And again, a lot of good questions, a lot of good topics being addressed through that. I did want to remind everybody that at the end of the day, the Classic Center Authority did 2 separate studies to really look at how can this building really affect our community in a very positive way. And that begins with the type of events that are going to take place inside the venue, because that event activity is actually what drives hotel rooms, it drives visitors coming into our community, and it really affects our economic impact and the job creation in this community. So it's very important that as we're looking at a project concept, that the things that we include in the project, it's critical that we get those right so that we can have the outcomes that we promised our community. And just to refresh your memory what those were, if we do build this right, 2 separate studies have confirmed that we should drive new economic impact of roughly $33 million to this community, creating about 90,000 overnight rooms, which, to put that in perspective, after 25 years at the Classic Center, we're driving about 86,000 room nights pre-COVID times. And then collectively, all of the other developments that have come about in Athens-Clarke County because of the Classic Center Authority's expansion have created about $8.7 million in tax revenue from the developments. And all of that combined with the new arena will drive about 600 new jobs being created in the community. But as we look at the project itself, there was a lot of input about the inside of the building and what we needed to build in order to get those outcomes. But there was a lot of other great feedback from the SPLOST Citizens Advisory Committee, from the Mayor and Commission, from the user group, and certainly from these public input sessions. And so we tried to highlight some of the major ones throughout this sheet. pedestrian access from the downtown all the way down to our river became a pretty central theme, and how important that pedestrian access would be. All of the LEED certification, the solar, all of the sustainability issues we heard again and again and again as we went through and sought public input. The ability for us to really attract national touring acts, and I'd say even more than that, what those acts think of our venue really matters in this industry, because people do talk, and it's really important to drive those national touring acts to Athens. And then the connectivity of the arena with the convention center, so that we can maximize the convention and trade activity, which drives a good many overnight rooms. The fact that we have this great Georgia Music Hall of Fame collection sitting right here, and with a facility like this, we have the ability to expose that and allow everyone in the community to participate in seeing that. And then along the way, if we're going to build this iconic building that attracts visitors, we need to make sure that we are paying a living wage to our employees as we go forward. I mentioned early on that we did do our homework before we submitted this. We actually received bids from 2 different construction companies before submitting the SPLOST program. But as all of you probably are well aware, building materials have gone up, and they've gone up about 20% as we're looking at it. But some other good things have happened along the way at the same time. Interest rates have really dropped, as you're also aware of. And this loan term, we know that we can spread out to over 30 years, and all of that certainly helps. So while the costs have gone up, probably the most important thing I'm going to say to you tonight is we're not coming forward asking for any more funding from SPLOST. We believe that your challenge to the authority of finding public-private partnerships that can help pay for this was both a smart move early on, and one that is really paying great dividends across the board. So I wanted to share with you just a little insight to what's going on with the budget. And I won't belabor this, but initially we had thought that it would be an $81–82 million overall project. With the costs that have gone up, we are probably looking at more of a $106 to $108 million project all in. That's the bad news. The good news is the revenue streams that we have are there, and they are they've changed some over time. If you look at the very first rendition of this and you look at where we are now, and I tell you, things are still in flux and will be until we get all of these pieces, parts firmly under contract. So I'm not asking you to approve this in any way tonight, but I am telling you the authority is quite confident in our ability to borrow the funds and to be able to pay those back through these individual streams of income. We have lost some things like the Dolvin Trust. Just Friday, they have pulled out. Originally, they were going to do the senior condo project as a means of developing the hotel. The senior condo project is still going to move forward. The Atlantic Capital Group is going to finish that. But really, the Dolvin Trust interest was to build a learning lab with a whole hotel. And when we shifted on them and sought after the 1 penny hotel tax increase, that kind of didn't fit in with their plan. So they have parted company with us. Good news, though, we do have more funds coming in through the Airbnb passing this past legislative cycle. We also negotiated much better terms with our caterer Levy than ever expected, and we picked up a professional hockey team that was not originally envisioned. So again, we are still quite confident in our ability to come through with the dollars that will be needed to finalize the project. Again, remember, we also have some direct contributions that we have been seeking for quite some time. And so when you put all of that together, the steady revenue streams that will come in year after year of about $60 million, combined with the direct contributions that will be coming in, and then the SPLOST that has been steady from the beginning, we still have sufficient funds to build this project and build it correctly, which is really so important when you're building a project of this magnitude. As far as the exterior of the building goes, they've really presented now 3 different designs, one of those being sort of fashioned after the warehouse district that we are in. You notice that we are right by the multimodal transportation center, and we have not impeded the ability for multimodal use and trains in the future. But this is kind of the brick concept, if you will. There is also, the architects have looked around at some of the more significant buildings throughout the Athens area and initially identified that white building sort of signified this monumental building type. And so they developed this more modern look. And then after some additional community input, they have developed a third rendition, which incorporates some of the Elberton granite at the lower portions and just gives it a bit of a takeoff of the modern building, but more of it in gray tones, if you will. Really, the project concept in its totality is here on this page. And we have spent a tremendous amount of time looking over the building and analyzing what sort of has to be there in order to give you back those promises that were made in those early studies. And certainly the 7,000 seats is what will attract the national touring acts. The premium seating is important because it drives almost 42% of the total operating income to the arena. The loading docks, all of the rigging, all of the electrical, all of the things that are going to be necessary to do the major events are critical. ADA compliance lead. Our architect actually believes will supersede the base lead area and probably are somewhere around the silver lead area currently, and making sure that we've got vertical circulation appropriate for the size crowds that'll be in the building and appropriate video boards so we can maximize the revenue opportunities so we can pay that living wage that we have made a commitment to do so. All of that, and then of course the parking. The parking is critical for a couple reasons. One, for the crowds that will come to town, but also it helps us with that pedestrian access, getting people down to the river. And then under the highly wanted, there is an area that we're probably only going to be able to shell in. We started with about 190,000 square foot venue in terms of what we wanted. And we have narrowed that down through value engineering now to about 170,000 square feet and shelled in this area, but we would love to have that back should the budgets allow. Included in our budget, I should probably tell you, is about 16 million of contingency. So we're very hopeful that things like that ballroom space, the LED ribbon boards, and certainly the George Music Hall of Fame. Now, the George Music Hall of Fame will be we've hired a fund development company who really believes that throughout the state, we can raise quite a bit of money to put a really fabulous exhibit in. And so we're hoping those funds will come available as well. And then we have the nice to haves. But I would tell you that all of these have been carefully reviewed by that committee, and we believe we have them now in the proper order. So our user group recommendation is to adjust the overall budget to 108. which really will consist of the same SPLOST funding. And like I said, the revenue streams coming in on an annual basis, plus the direct contributions that will come in. And I will tell you again, these have changed a little bit from the beginning, and they're going to change again. So I'm not asking you to lock in on these tonight. I'm just trying to really update you as to the changes that have occurred as we've gone along. But the plan is that as we look at next steps, what we really need you to do is to advance this. We need you to approve the project concept as recommended by the user group. Understand that there are amendments to our budget, and then our plan would be in the next 60 to 90 days, we would come back to you with the architect's schematic design to be recommended by the user group, coming back to you again. And we know that as a SPLOST group, they're going to also be coming back for the second SPLOST governmental bond acquisition. And then finally, we will come back when the contracts are signed with all of our revenue streams, and we know that everything is locked and loaded. It would be at that time that we as an authority would come back and ask you to support the final loan for the Classic Center to make this a reality and move forward. And so tonight we just really respectfully are asking you to adopt and approve the project concept as it was recommended by the user group.
Thanks, Paul. Any questions from commissioners about the project concept?
A question? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. First of all, Paul, thank you so much. This has been awesome. I do just want to, hopefully you can predict the future, because one of the slides you had a passenger train next to the arena. Hopefully that will come to fruition one day. But anyway, I have a couple of questions, so bear with me. The first question is, just recollect my memory, the Georgia Music Hall of Fame collection, is that currently housed at UGA?
It is, yes, sir. And it's not on display. It's at the Special Collections Library. They do bring out artifacts from time to time, but we have talked with them, and they would absolutely love to put it on the main concourse. And I think it can certainly be a major tourist attraction for all of Athens.
Okay, so you mentioned 190,000, and you had to reduce to 170,000
square feet.
Yeah. So how would the Georgia Music Hall of Fame play into that?
So we've actually spoken to somebody that installs exhibits at museums and inside arenas just like this. And his vision is that he would install 4 to 5 major nodes inside the major concourse. And we have allowed for areas where those experiential nodes could take place.
Okay. And final question, final question was with, so the hotel fell through. Can you go back over that again?
Sure. So originally we were going to build a hotel, you might remember, on the auto bridge of the Classic Center. And then the hotel community was right at the start of COVID, came to me and said, would you not build the hotel if we would write a letter and support a 1 penny hotel motel tax increase? And I said yes, because the net revenue from that or the net revenue from the land lease would be almost identical. And it seemed like the right thing to do at the time. But though the hotel community did write that letter and support it, we were unable to get it through the state legislative process. You all voted for it very quickly. Just as a reminder, you supported that. And we tried to then get it through the state legislature, and it did not work. So that has failed. So we are now, that agreement is now null and void, and we can once again build a hotel and are seeking to do so in the future as a portion of the revenue stream.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Couple
I can't
comments.
see everybody's, so just jump in.
Okay.
Yeah, I have some comments, Kelly. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Melissa. I can hear you.
Okay. You know, of course, I've been over a lot of the details, and thanks to Paul for the presentation. I do have some concerns, and y'all know me. I'm a design nerd. I do have some concerns about the design. When I first moved to Athens almost 30 years ago, it was shortly after, or it was, I guess, while the Classic Center was being built or conceived of. And there was a huge uproar in the community about the original design of the Classic Center. A lot of opposition. They brought in a fancy modern architect, and there was uproar in the community about that modern design and how, you know, Athens is known as the classic city, called that primarily because of this classic architecture, you know, neo-Renaissance architecture, neoclassical architecture that kind of defines our cityscape. And I don't see any reflection whatsoever of that in this design. This is very much kind of almost a mid-century modern design. And, you know, there are ways of incorporating those classical elements into modern design. I'm a big fan of postmodern architecture, which often does that. I know this company, that the architect that was chosen is capable of very innovative designs. I believe they did the African American Museum on the Mall in DC. And I'm just kind of a little disappointed. You know, this definitely just looks like just another convention center arena. And it doesn't necessarily reflect the aesthetic or the spirit and the individuality of our community, of our downtown. Is there do you have any input on that, Paul?
Yeah, I think, you know, we did put these designs out in all of the public meetings. And then we took it a step further and we actually posted a survey so that, you know, the community could chime in and let us know their thoughts. And it wound up being almost a 50-50 split between those who wanted the more classic brick and the more modern building. I don't, you know, I don't think that, I don't think the outside of the building is really been our focus. And I think that the architect would absolutely welcome, Melissa, your comments and suggestions.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily talking about the skin of the building, the material itself, but just elements of the form, elements of kind of the just the minor detailing. You know, what's unique about our Classic Center is it exhibits those minor details like arched windows, you know, a cornice, things like that, that do reflect that classic aesthetic. And I think this is all squares, you know, it's all squares. Even the columns appear to be square. You know,
I tell you what, I'd be delighted to, again, if we can get to adopting the project concept, it's not too late for you to still continue to work with the architect. So when we bring back schematics, we have something that is more appealing to you, particularly on the exterior.
I mean, I'd love to hear some specific input from, I apologize for not participating in any of those sessions. I've had some serious family issues in recent weeks, and I'm really distracted. I'm not even in Athens right now. but yeah, I mean, I'm not sure who participated in those public input sessions, but it would be nice to get some, kind of professional citizens, some folks maybe from the School of Environmental Design, just some more niche input, just on the details of the exterior design. And I think the concept is fine, the form is fine. I just believe that there are details that could be worked into the design that help it flow with the original Classic Center and the overall aesthetic of our community.
Yeah, I think that is absolutely a part of that next phase, that we can involve you or anyone else that wants to be in there. But I think we did have great public participation from all over the community.
Okay.
And just so everyone knows, it was available not only in person but also online.
Yeah.
So it was nice in that it was accessible. All of that being said, I know the architect would welcome input that you would have. We've talked about it, particularly as it would relate to the brick. That if that were to go forward, it probably would need some more detailing, as you discussed.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even think the brick is necessary, but even if you were to go with the white, an all white design, I think there's ways to work in those classic elements that could help it
I've certainly noted that, and I'll have him work. And Jack is on my board, and I can provide those items to Jack and to the architect, and we can bring you back another rendition and see if that isn't.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to. I feel like my issues are I'm gonna get a little more free time in the coming weeks, so I'd love to participate in any kind of those meetings.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'll just say I like the final design that you showed, Paul. I mean, I think that's fine. The next one, yeah. I mean, the key is this thing is LEED certified. It's going to have solar panels. I hate bad architecture.
Yeah.
This is fine with me. I mean, it's going to be distinct from the original fire station part of the Classic Center. So, I don't like trying to create fake old stuff. This is a new building. This is a state-of-the-art, sustainable building. And to me, this is not objectionable. I think it looks good. Thanks. Oh, one little question. How many solar panels, what kind of solar panel system are we looking at this stage, Paul?
So we're working with, I don't know the details yet, Commissioner. We are working with South Face, and Richard Sawyer has now been employed to work directly with them, as a great deal of that is going to be done through the procurement process. And they're going out for bid. But the concept is that they would put solar panels on top of the roof of the Classic Center, on top of the roof of the arena, and potentially on our joint parking deck as well. And that critical mass would allow us to then buy energy back at or below our current rate that we're buying it now. So that's the hope and the plan.
Great, thanks.
Any further?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thanks for this, Paul. I got 5 questions I'm going to try to burn through quick. The first is, will this facility be built in accordance with the sustainable building policy that we passed last month on April 6th? I know that you're looking at a LEED certification, but my understanding is that there are at least some components of that policy that kind of go beyond LEED, such as like the provisions we had in there about electric vehicle parking spaces and things like that.
Yeah, we are installing electric parking spaces even now. We're adding 5 of those in front of the Classic Center. 2 more of those will go on level 2. So yes, we'll be incorporating those kinds of things. If you remember, our IGA had a very specific sustainability piece that was baked into all of this. And Andrew Saunders is on our user group and ensuring that we are complying with that part of the sustainability clause. So I'm pretty comfortable in saying yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think what I'm wondering about, because I'm not super sure how much that IGA matches what we ended up with that final policy. So maybe that's just a question for Manager Williams to try to get us info on if there's anything that's different between the two that we should try to look out for. And when LEED certification has like different tiers. So do you have a sense of what level of LEED certification we're looking at?
I mentioned through the presentation that currently we're at a silver LEED status, which I'm pretty proud of, given the tightness of our budget top to bottom.
Thanks, and sorry I missed that part of your presentation.
No, it's fine.
So with the exterior design options, there's kind of two things sitting in my mind. One is, how do they compare in terms of weatherization? Thinking especially about like a hockey team in Georgia inside that thing. Are any of them more or less?
No, I think that I think what you're looking at here, these are insulated metal panels. They're very cost effective, and they do offer a great deal of insulation for the facility itself. And but I also think that brick exterior is very common, and I think cost-wise they're very comparable from what I understand from the architect. Now we'll know a lot more as we get into schematic design, but I've been led to believe that they're both very comparable.
Okay. Yeah, one of them in the slideshow, I think there's like an image in your slideshow that is different from ours or in addition to ours, but there's one that looks like it has a lot more glass. So that kind of stuck out to me as like, is that potentially going to lose more energy?
The only reason my slideshow is any different, I just added the most recent, which is this gray model. And I will say something about the glass because I think it's important. Wherever you're seeing glass, you're also seeing an overhang. And that was very critical to the architect, because if you remember, the early renditions had glass all over the place without any shading. And when he saw that, he said, there's no way we can make that happen. So that's when he added that overhang wherever the glass is. And the glass is kind of a more trendy design in the more urban areas of the development of arenas that you're seeing more and more. So I think that's why he's added it.
Okay. And are the costs comparable for all three of these? Or
Yes. Okay. And to the extent that we know that at this point, remember, we're still at this concept stage. Once you approve the concept, we'll be able to actually dig in and find out more about costs. And again, we'll be bringing that back to you with the schematic design.
Okay. And then I saw I felt some sticker shock at the $25 million increase in the overall budget. I was wondering if we could get a breakdown on how much of that is paid for by the private sector partnerships that have evolved since we last talked about this, and how much of that's going to come from public funds. Is there like kind of a simple way to break that down?
Yeah, it's all coming from private in one form or the other. So we're very fortunate. Now, it comes in a variety of formats, right? Some of it is our caterer. As I mentioned, we've negotiated a very favorable agreement with them for a 10-year extension. And as an example, they're providing $2.7 million in direct contribution, and they're increasing our overall percentage so that we have ongoing revenue streams that can come in. The hockey team is another great example. Private hockey team, professional team. The net proceeds of their 36 games is what allows us another $150,000 or something like that. But all of those parts are really coming in from the private sector, in short.
Okay, awesome. And then I guess my last question, sorry, I had a bunch here in a row. When it comes to the actual construction phase of these very large structures, and I know we're not there yet, but could we get some clarification on what policies you all have regarding labor standards of the contractors we award bids to? I know we've talked a bit before about the wage level, but if there's anything else in terms of minority employment or HR standards or union employers.
Yeah, I can get that for you. I don't have it handy, but I will say this, Commissioner, I think it's really important for you to understand. we had over 10 major contractors that applied for this job. It was very, very popular when we went out for bid. But really the separation of the groups became evident as they talked about how they would do the construction and who really was going to be a good neighbor and who was looking for the ability to put those minority enterprise businesses in our area to work. And I will tell you, J.E. Dunn won the bid, and I was super impressed with their presentation, as was the whole user group. And they participated in our public session last night, and I think you're going to find them to be an outstanding partner in this.
Awesome. Yeah, I guess if we could just maybe get like a little write-up on some of those most impressive points that stuck out about them, that might be really helpful, if that's possible.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
All right.
And thanks for
Any
this.
others?
I'm here, Kelly. I have
Yeah.
something.
Go right ahead.
Okay, my waving's not working here.
Yeah, no, I can't see your faces.
Oh, okay. A couple of things here. But the design choices, I love, if Melissa or anyone else can get in there and do any tweaking, I want to make sure that this is an iconic a building as possible. This is $100 million. And so, this needs to be something special for the community. So I like that idea. And Paul, when is the design, when are we going to make the choice about the design? When is that in the timeline?
I would defer that to Blaine or to Robert Cheshire. But I would think that would be a part of your final approval of the schematic design. Robert, are you on the call? Can you offer any more to that?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, you're correct. The next check-in point, Commissioner, would be the schematic. So that's, like Paul's been alluding to, a lot more detail than you're seeing here at the project concept stage. So absolutely, you'll get that opportunity between now and then.
When is that scheduled for?
I think the schematic is shooting for the August vote.
Okay.
That's right. Yes, because we really want to be underway the end of this year, December.
Yeah. And I also want to point out, I want to thank you and actually thank, Commissioner Hull for asking about those energy questions as well. I did have the Classic Center's, I don't know what his title is, Richard Sawyer's title, but he's helping with the arena and the procurement and everything having to do with the construction and energy. And he had a long talk with me. He gave me a call the other day and talked about the solar energy procurement agreements that he's working on. But what I also liked too was that they, whatever the right pronoun is here, will also be putting forth a request for expression of interest. And I can't read that word, but anyway, it's to put something out there. I'll translate it for us. Is to put something out there in the world and say, here are our goals with sustainability in terms of energy, water, and other aspects. What is out there in the industry right now that would work in here? What do you have to offer us? And because he was like, he said he didn't want this to be just a copy of a previous arena, but really to think about it new. And so I was very encouraged by that. Also, I would say having, I've been there. I was there last night, and I was put forth the idea of the Classic Center sort of using all this energy efficiency and solar panel installation to sort of expand its wonderful educational outreach and see if we can get some of a sort of a green jobs pipeline. The Classic Center already has a great relationship with Athens-Clarke and its hospitality program. They have a photovoltaic program, a certificate as part of their electronics program. And maybe we could get something going in there. I think that would just be wonderful. And also, I was impressed and will be following along with what J.E. Dunn said in terms of community participation in terms of outreaching to get people hiring locally for the jobs as much as possible. But they seem pretty committed to that, and I'm sure they will be extra committed knowing that we're all going to pay such close attention. But thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Carol. Any others? All right, Paul, thanks to you. Thanks to Marcus. Thanks to your authority board. Looking forward to cheering inside that building before you know it.
That sounds great. I really appreciate it, and we'll look forward to moving this along on May 18th and then a vote on June the 1st. Is that right?
That's right.
Great. Thank you all.
All right. And just one more item before we do a kind of budget interest area summary, and that is a newly designated federal program, sort of a continuation of a prior one that saw submission of a grant under the former name, the Build Grant Program, and new administration, new name. It is now the Raise Grant Program. No lack of creative rooms working up in Washington, D.C., but same general concept. And Stephen, are you the presenter? I can make you presenter here.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me do that. All right. Takes a second to effect, but you should be there in just a minute. And this is, of course, up North Avenue and over the loop. Really exciting component of it, really putting a lot of people who don't have safe access to fresh food and amenities in much closer proximity in a way that they'll stay alive in a manner that it's difficult to when you're walking on that maybe 18-inch concrete ribbon across that bridge right now. So go right ahead, Steve.
Sure. And you can see the PowerPoint I've got up? Yes. Excellent. All right. Well, good evening, everybody. I promise this will be one of the quickest presentations you'll see tonight. As Mayor Girtz said, it's a brief recap of the North Avenue Bridge and Active Transportation Project that we wanted to give you before we apply for a federal grant for this. This is the third year that we've applied for this grant with the North Avenue project. With those recent administration changes at the federal level, we believe this project has become an even more viable grant candidate. The request is for $25 million in federal dollars with no local match requirement. So this program really started back in 2009. If you remember the Tiger program, for the last 3 years, it's been called the Build Grant, and that's what we applied under in 2019 and 2020. The scoring criteria have remained relatively the same throughout those different iterations, and I just want to read through those really quickly. So the criteria remain safety, economic competitiveness, quality of life, environmental protection, state of good repair, innovation, partnerships, and additional non-federal revenue for infrastructure investments. However, the Biden administration's announced new priorities that will shape these criteria. So those are listed also: creating good paying jobs, improving safety, applying transformative technology, and explicitly addressing climate change and advancing racial equity. We are learning from our on-call consultants that particularly the quality of life scoring criteria is going to be heavily examined under an equity lens, and the environmental protection score will be weighted really deeply toward climate change improvements. There's also seems to be a shift toward bike ped improvements, which were previously undervalued, I'd say, during the Build Grant years. I think the staff believes that the proposal on North Avenue still really fits these goals well. And while, of course, we would have loved to win the grant in our previous attempts, the feedback from the USDOT review team has been that proposals usually don't get picked until at least their third attempts. And last year's proposal made it into the equivalent of the semi-final round of applicants. So I want to go through this goal slide. The North Avenue goals are really here pulled directly from a proposal narrative from last year. These kind of parallel the USDOT priorities of safety, through replacing an aging infrastructure and improving safe mobility for all roadway users, It also provides economic opportunities, creating connections to jobs and industry, provides attractive placemaking for new development, and it improves quality of life through connections to the Greenway network and the river parks nearby. And it does all of this with a strong case for equity by providing all of those connections and improvements to a historically underserved part of our community. And as you all know, this corridor is an incredibly important center for social and community services, and the need for better network access to these services is apparent. If you look back a few decades, the installation of Loop 10 was really an early equity barrier that physically cut vulnerable communities off from downtown commerce, job opportunities, unless they had access to a vehicle. The river is, of course, it's a natural barrier for residents, and the bridge over the North Oconee, another choke point with inadequate access for active transportation users. Additionally, the bridge itself, here circled in red, has the lowest sufficiency rating score of any ACC maintained bridge. That's a GDOT sufficiency score of 37.3% out of 100. For context, our average bridge scores is 79% here in Athens. So, we can't truly predict the remaining lifespan of any bridge. As we know, things happen suddenly. But this rating gives us the best indication where our resources should go toward critical improvements when they give us those scores every 2 years. So just showing the importance of this bridge. I'm going to actually pass the mic over to Daniel now for a brief overview of the project components that are being proposed here.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Commission, for having us tonight. So the project area goes from Freeman Drive on the northern end down to the Willow Street intersection on the southern end. I'm going to outline some of the most notable improvements along this mile-long corridor. So the multi-use path is along the entire corridor is shown in green on this map. And if you could go ahead and switch over to the cross section, this shows that it would be a 12-foot wide on the eastern side, and the sidewalks would be maintained on the western side. There is also a landscape buffer that's a variable range from 5 to 9 feet in some places. And we're going to be creating high visibility crossings at all the road crossings, and it'll include pedestrian level community wayfinding signage as well. We'll switch back over to the map. So I know it's kind of hard to read here, so I'm just going to kind of go through the bullet points and just that overview. On the northern end, we are looking at a new pedestrian bridge that will connect the neighborhoods on the north side of the loop to the amenities, services, and job centers on the southern side of the loop. This includes downtown and the Greenway and social services in this area. We're also going to be connecting to the multi-use path with that pedestrian bridge, obviously, and so it'll be one continuous network. This will also most likely include an art installation, which is really great for community beautification. All the signalized intersection improvements that are shown here with the orange circles, those will include mast arm signals, upgraded ped signals, repaving, and enhanced lighting and landscaping. Aside from those improvements, some of these intersections have more unique improvements added on them. So Freeman Drive includes a widened pedestrian, bike, ped waiting area at the corners for new median refuges. That is starting at the northern end, by the way, working our way down. The next one is North Crest Drive, which also, that's where it includes the pedestrian bridge connection from the multi-use path to that pedestrian bridge. It also has adjusted stop bar locations. Strickland Avenue intersection will be realigned and will have reduced pedestrian crossing distances. Right now, they're having to cross at an angle, and that gives a longer distance, which puts them in danger for longer periods of time. Willow Street will have a new left turn lane from Willow onto North Avenue. Missing sidewalks and crosswalks will be installed. A retaining wall, transit stop enhancements, and park and greenway access points will be included in this intersection improvement. Additionally, we are looking at high visibility raised crossings that can be installed on the side streets and the major driveways throughout the project area. Those are all shown with the yellow dots. And then the aging and deficient bridge that crosses over North Oconee River would be replaced and optimized for better pedestrian and bike connectivity, not only along roadway along North Avenue, but also along the North Oconee River Greenway Trail that runs along Martin Luther King Parkway from the College Avenue trailhead and goes down to Dudley Park. By making room under the bridge, we can create a new connection that would actually allow Greenway users to stay on the river, which is the original intent of the Greenway. Besides that, we have some other improvements that aren't shown on this map specifically. That includes upgraded stormwater infrastructure, BMP implementation to mitigate localized flooding and improve stormwater quality, improved streetscape throughout the corridor, standardized sidewalks along the west side of North Avenue, and then enhanced transit stops, which includes 10 bus stops where improvements could range from adding seats and extending concrete pads up to full covered bus shelters. Back to you, Stephen.
Great, thanks. So the next steps are pretty self-explanatory. We will be working with the consultant this month and next to put together some proposal revisions to really focus on those new priorities for the administration. It will be, kind of molding last year's proposal to focus more on those and highlight those pieces. We'll send you an agenda item for the June 1st voting meeting to authorize our grant submittal. And then the application itself is due on July 12th with a notice of award anticipated somewhere in the fall of 2021 where we can get back to you. I would also point out, these are the known next steps, but if we do get awarded this, we would go through the entire, the capital project process of intense public input and going through concept approval and preliminary plans, all of that. There's, as Daniel pointed out, a lot that is sort of pointed out for the project, but as you can see, this is really a pre-concept drawing, and there's a lot of room for input that we're going to definitely need from you all and from the community. So that's really it, and we want to leave room for questions.
Great. Thanks, Stephen and Daniel. Any questions about this potential project?
I don't have any questions. I didn't know if you were going to call commissioners by district, but this is primarily in my district, so I didn't know how you had planned to proceed, Mayor.
Just any comments from commissioners? Be glad to hear.
Okay, this is a awesome surprise. I have actually walked that bridge area with Manager Williams and Tim Griffith, and it is a I don't know why we have not had a fatality on that bridge at this point. A strong wind comes and you could just tilt over. The other thing I want to let my fellow commissioners know that, and I have no complaints and I have no regrets. If there's a place for poor people to find a haven, it is North Athens. We have the DFACS office, we have the probation office, we got the homeless day shelter, and having support for these agencies. We have the labor department, having support for these agencies for those folk that are walking that bridge. I think it does speak to equity. The community is growing. We're looking forward to Hope. I think it's 319 coming on board. So that area is really going to be an asset for low income folk, and it does speak to equity. I am glad after these many years that it is getting attention. I understand applications have been submitted before. I appreciate that. But to bring this up now for District 9 is a huge step forward. And I hope that the commission will get behind it, because we really are the only district that service low to moderate income folk in a big way. And we need that safety on that stretch of North Avenue. Thank
Mr.
you.
Mayor. Thanks, Evita. Yeah, I agree. It's exciting for an opportunity. Others?
Mr. Mayor, I think this is a great project. I love the multi-use path. I love the interaction with the Greenway. I would love to see these grants come on a more regular basis. I really would like us to be a leader in going after some of these federal funds, and because it seems like there will be increasing capacity to provide them. So I love this project and really hope to see more and more of them come across our desk. Thanks.
Thanks,
Can
Commissioner.
I add something, Kelly?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also very excited about this project. It is long overdue. North Avenue has needed some love. There's been, quite a lot of fairly dense housing development along it, yet it's really unsafe to walk or bike it. I knew some grad students who lived there a couple years ago, and they never got on their bikes, even though it's only, a mile or two from campus. And there are so many folks, low-income folks, underserved populations, dense historic neighborhoods along this corridor. And I believe, this kind of revitalization can also bring some economic development to the corridor and bring these neighborhoods some resources as far as, shopping and dining and jobs. I'm really excited. I hope we can get some really, really serious traffic calming on North Avenue too. You can put in all the crosswalks and bike lanes and whatever that you want, but sooner or later people got to cross the road, and if folks are going 50, 70 miles an hour, they're less likely to stop.
Yeah, I'll just say that I'm really excited about this. I mean, this looks fantastic, and I agree with Commissioner Edwards. I love to see us just applying for every one of these we can, because this application looks amazing. And and props to Commissioner Thornton for continuing to push for improvements on this corridor.
Thanks, Tim. Others?
Just real quickly, you had me at no matching funds at 25 million, equity lens, and climate change.
All right, the special sauce.
I'm putting my, thumbs up, of course, in here for sidewalks and bikes and the multi-use path here. I have a question for Stephen about these grants. I mean, do we put this in with a dollar amount on it? And, because when I see that pedestrian bridge, and I'm like, oh man, that's a lot. And do they ever come back with partial fundings, or how does that work at the federal level on this?
So we do have to submit an itemized budget, and that will be part of the proposal that y'all can take a look at. And actually, on top of taking a look at it, we'd love to get comments before that June 12th or July 12th deadline on the entire proposal narrative. But yes, there's an itemized line item budget there. I don't know if they've given partial funding before. That's something I can ask our on-call consultants who have done a lot of these with other municipalities. But it's a good question, because certainly smaller awards could get to, be easier, and we could maybe do half the project with this fund and maybe find a different funding source for the other. It's a good thought as we move forward with it.
Well, and if you got extra money, you could get like a T-bar to the bottom of North Avenue to help pull people up as they walk up the hill and cycle. That would be great.
I have seen some awards right here in Georgia where multi-phase projects have a phase funded through the former Build or Tiger grant. A good example is, probably all realize, the state is getting rid of signalized intersections on 316. So one of those now non-signalized for flyover intersections was funded through an earlier iteration of this grant. I think this is a much cooler project than that. So leave it at that.
Just real quickly, Mayor? Yeah, this is awesome. Great work, y'all. And thanks for enduring this marathon meeting to give a great presentation. I just wanted to ask, in the spirit of echoing some of my colleagues about, hopefully seeing even more of these, and I think this is absolutely a fantastic and optimal place to start. Are there any other grant applications that y'all are planning on revisiting or that you might have in the works, just so we can kind of have them in the back of our mind?
You've certainly asked the question I was hoping would be asked tonight. So yes, we've got a few small grants right now that we're looking at doing, actually with the help of Athens in Motion, doing a few smaller ones. But in addition, the build grant actually allows you to put in the raise grant now actually allows you to put in 3 project applications per year. So what we are looking at doing for next year is also, if this one doesn't pass this year, we would try it again, but we would really like to look for at least 2 other closer to shovel-ready projects that would also fit these criteria, and maybe coming back to you all to kind of help point out where those might be.
And Stephen, just to recap for folks that might be watching, other grants that we currently are engaged in with both GDOT and Federal Highways and FAA include the TAP grant, which you might briefly describe here, the West Broad Roundabout funding for the airport improvements, as well as transit funding, are all millions of dollars that staff has helped to apply for that are pending right now.
That's right. The TAP's a good example, one that we've already actually been awarded initially $2 million for the engineering portion of the North Avenue and corridor improvements, and then with contingent upon us getting through engineering, we'd be eligible for $8 million for the construction side of that project. Ronnie might be able to speak a little bit more to the roundabout costs, which we've also been in. We're in the phase of getting that put through with GDOT.
And Stephen, I think you just said North Avenue, but the TAP is Chase Street in the middle.
Sorry, did I say? Yeah. Did I say North? Yeah, that's right. Okay. TAP is Chase Street.
And just to clarify, when you said 3, do you mean that a future application can have 3 separate projects built into the same application, or that there would actually be 3 separate applications?
Three separate applications per municipality.
Okay. Awesome.
All right.
I'm sorry, I was speaking earlier. I wasn't sure if you guys can hear me.
Go ahead, Ronnie.
Oh, okay. So thank you for having us with you. On TAP grant, this is on North Chase. We've been awarded $800,000 as part of $1 million that requires 20% match for PE, which is preliminary engineering. And the total cost estimate for the project is $8 million. And we will be applying again once we go through about 60% of the preliminary engineering phase, which is in about 2 years. At that point, we'll be applying for the construction money of that grant. GDOT roundabout funding is for construction up to $2.5 million. Anything beyond that cost, we are the local Athens-Clarke County is responsible for the remaining. That's the agreement we have with them on that project. For the record. And one more grant we're looking at, which we will consider for next year, is a 319H grant, which is through the Georgia Department or Environmental Protection Division, and that funds green infrastructure, and we're hopeful to get at least one of our live stream pipe replacement partially funded by this grant next year. So look forward in the next, hopefully in 8 months, to be talking about this grant.
Thanks for that, Ronnie. And Stephen, Daniel, appreciate the work on this. Really excited, and my fingers crossed.
Great. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. And we've got next SPLOST 2020 Master Implementation Schedule. Let's see, is Robert the presenter on this one?
No, Mayor. This is Keith Sanders. I'll be the presenter.
Okay, Keith. I'm going to
hand
the baton to you.
Robert's also going to be speaking to part of it, but I'll run the PowerPoint.
Okay. You should have it now.
Good deal. Can you hear me okay, Mayor?
Can hear you, Robert.
Thanks. I'm gonna start this off. Good evening, everybody. As I said, Keith and I are going to give this presentation, and this is about the establishment of the master implementation schedule for SPLOST 2020. And the purpose of the presentation itself is to, first give you an explanation of what is the master implementation schedule and how does it differ from the tier funding schedule that y'all just approved 3 months ago in February. And then, of course, take you through the next steps, which hopefully will work towards an approval or an adoption of this schedule at the June voting session. So just brief, give you an idea what the agenda will be tonight. It'll be just a brief history. You know most of them, but I think it's important to go over those again. Again, I'm just going to show you the tier funding schedule and just remind you of what it was, and that'll help lead into what the differences are between that schedule and what we're showing you tonight, which is the master implementation schedule. I think it's important. You're going to need to get a better understanding of the phases and the task chart that are associated with projects, especially SPLOST projects, and those timelines that go with those. And then the site selection process, which several of our SPLOST projects the 2020 SPLOST projects will entail. So it's going to be important that we talk about that because that does have a significant impact on timelines. And then the master implementation schedule itself and a cash flow chart. Keith's going to go over that. And then there's an additional staff position, one position that we'll be requesting in the SPLOST program management division. And then finally, the next steps and questions. Okay, Keith. So quick on the history, everybody's obviously aware of November 2019. That's when the SPLOST 2020 referendum was approved by the voters. January 2021, that is when Mayor and Commission approved Jacobs to provide the project management services for the SPLOST 2020 program. And then February 2021, that is when you also approved the tier funding schedule for SPLOST 2020. Everybody remembers this. You saw it a lot of times. I know you can't probably read it well. You don't need to as much. I really just wanted to show you this, remind you of a couple of the key items with it, because as you start seeing the schedule that Keith's going to show you in a second, the master implementation schedule, he'll refer to this a little bit, but this is really the basis of the master implementation schedule. The master implementation schedule is a derivative of the tier funding schedule. So just a reminder, the tier funding schedule and this program itself for 2020 SPLOST is a 12-year program. There are total of 37 projects, with 2 of those, of course, being Bogart and Winterville, so really 35 projects. If you also recall, you requested that we initiate 22 of those 35 projects in the first 2 years. And I circled on here FY25, and that's just a reminder that in theory, based on the revenue projections and expenditures that we have in the tier funding schedule, that somewhere around FY25 is when we're more than likely going to need to take out an additional loan to continue on the timelines that we have set up in the tier funding schedule. So again, I know it's late, and I know unless you have questions, and we'll have that at the end. The tier funding schedule again is just this is just a reminder what it looks like. Okay, Keith. So what are the differences between a tier funding schedule and a master implementation schedule? I thought it was maybe an analogy to help a little bit because we talked about it a lot tonight. That would be that the tier funding schedule, in a sense, is a project concept, and a master implementation schedule is closer to the schematic. The tier funding schedule gives you that general idea of what the annual funding would what it would be in any given year for any given project. But then the master implementation schedule, and this is going to make a little more sense as we go into what each one of those is, but it is breaking it down into a detailed timeline. So you're going to have the pre-design, which is one of those check-in points where typically the project concept is brought in front of the mayor and commission. Yeah, if required, there'll be a site selection. Then typically in a procurement process of the award of a design. Then you have the design phase. Again, that's your second check-in with mayor and commission. That's where your schematic or preliminary plans would be approved. Then Typically, there'd be that's all right, construction award, and then the actual construction itself. So that's that. Now let's get into a little more detail. Now, this actual chart here of the design phases and tasks associated with the SPLOST project, in this case, an architectural project. This was adopted back in the early 2000s. 2004 is what it says on here. So it's been in place for a long time. This is the process that we utilize in SPLOST, and several other departments use it as well. But you'll see across the top, the pre-design, the design, the bid award, and construction. So again, when you approve the tier funding schedule, it was just dollars and funding allocations in any given year. Well, what the master implementation schedule will do will give you a true breakdown, or a truer breakdown. It's still an estimate of when those different phases will take place for each individual project. And it's a way for us to keep up with it. Obviously, it's a way for us to report to you, and it's something that gives you a better idea of when you should expect to see the different phases. And Keith's as he goes into the implementation schedule, he will refer back to this particular slide, I believe.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Robert. So, right, if you look at the process that and the task chart that we just had up, and if you relate that to a project schedule, this is how it lays out. You've got some timelines for each of those tasks, and in this case, for that schedule, the horizontal bars correspond to what was the vertical bars on the previous task list. So pre-design, really the kickoff for the project is a user group being appointed, and that and a combination of the tier funding schedule providing the funding start point for the project. So we'll go through these different phases. We're showing this as a very generic, as you probably have seen already if you've looked at the hard copy. The project schedule is very hard to read on the screen, so we're trying to show you some generics of how we got to the process, and then we'll go to some specifics, but in a format that's a little easier to see on the screen for everyone. So running throughout the project, and these schedules that you're seeing, if you see the gold or yellow colored chevron, those are usually those indicate the SPLOST Oversight Committee check-in points. The red flags are the Mayor and Commission check-in points. Those are when we come to y'all and seek some approval before we move on to the next phase as appropriate. So sites, all of the schedules that you have are based on this kind of layout. So we go through the pre-design, site selection if necessary, schematic, and final design permitting. And what we have laid out here is an optional process. In the purple there, we would traditionally go with a bid and award after we finish permitting and the design and come back to you for award of that contract and then go to build it. One option to accelerate some of the projects is to use a CM at risk process, similar to what they're using on the Classic Center. We've used it a couple of other times on the Classic Center and other projects. It gets the contractor on board during the design phase to help with some of the pricing, helps work out some of the design issues that could be done better, different ways of construction. And it also allows us to work towards a final contract price while we're still working on those permitting phases, and allows them to go to construction really at the end of permitting, which generally will allow us to pick up probably somewhere around 60 to 90 days in a schedule just in that one phase alone. So that is certainly an option. The schedules you have before you, because CM at risk is not something we have done on every project, is laid out and initially based on the traditional design bid build, the way we've done it. And then that's a more conservative. And if we will pull back to the CM at risk and allow us to accelerate that, we can do that on a project by project basis. So that site selection process that we talked about earlier, and this is a timeline that we presented, it's probably been a little over a year ago, maybe 2 years ago now, as an option for accelerating the site selection process. And so because we know that the desire is to move these projects as fast as possible, we have used this timeline in our baseline schedule. And the way it accelerates it is if you can normally see in stage one, that site selection committee kickoff meeting in the previous version, or the longer version, doesn't start until the project concept is approved by Mayor and Commission. So one way to accelerate that is to go ahead and get the site selection committee working in advance of that concept approval. It still has all of the Mayor and Commission checkpoints in there. As you can see, that one of the time factors in the site selection is we do have 2 public engagement sessions and also 3 different Mayor and Commission checkpoints for approvals and another work session in addition to that. This is about a 15-month cycle for site selection. I think the previous version, it usually took anywhere from 18 to 24 months. So we feel like this is I know that it's still a longer period than some would like, but based on the process that we have, this was about as fast as we thought we could accelerate it without cutting out the public engagement and the Mayor Commission approval cycles. So the schedule that I think the clerk had delivered as a hard copy and that'll be with the agenda report, as I said, is a little more detailed and has the timelines and dates, and that's what we're asking for approval. It's based on these design phases and tasks that processes that we have in place. We'll also send to you a separate PDF of that schedule if you don't have it already. And the bigger copies are, I think the clerk has already delivered, and after this presentation, we'll publish this on the website. And the intent is that this schedule is, I like a better phrase, you'd say a living document. We'll continue to update this schedule as we go throughout the process. As we kick off new projects and new user groups, things will change, and so the schedule will need to change as we get them on board. It may be that we apply for grants as part of a project to extend the funding. Well, that's going to change the schedule. So throughout the life of the program, we'll be updating this schedule and providing it back to the Mayor and Commission on a regular basis with those updates. And it's also, the schedule is cost loaded and used to develop the cash flow graph that we'll look at a little bit later. So this is just a representative trying to show some different types of projects and how they come out and look on the schedule as far as dates. This is for leisure services, typical projects that have some sort of facility to design and bid and build. And they all have their own different timelines. Of course, the nature center exhibits are much smaller, so their design and their construction window is very small compared to something like Memorial Park that has a much longer design because there's an extreme amount of permitting that'll go with that work around the ponds or the lakes and the dams. So that permitting in the design phase will take a lot longer, as well as the construction phase. Most of the bid and award phases are about the same length of time for all of these. And then the Beach Haven Park project is based on the funding availability and the tier funding schedule. We've broken that into a couple of different phases where we'll do the master planning up front, then do some design on some initial construction work. We'll come back when the additional construction funding and build out phase 2. Similarly, some other representative architectural projects that are non-leisure services, Fire Station number 5, which is the one on the east side, currently out on Cedar Shoals and Whit Davis. It'll go through, we'll have a site selection process with that project because I don't think the prototype designs that we have won't fit on the site that we have, and we would have to displace that location in order to build on that site. So more than likely we'll have a site selection with that. Animal shelter is not going to have site selection, has a very short design and construction windows because much smaller project. And similarly, the library still has a lot of programming effort to do to be done with the user group and the library board, and so that pre-designed phase is a good bit longer than any of the others, and then we have site selection and those processes. So I know this slide is a little busy, but I show this intentionally so that you'll see there are some different types of projects. We've got at least 4 annual projects where really the basics of those is getting a concept approved, which will bring, and we'll divide it with the annual funding each year. The intent is to bring an annual project concept, and then for oversight committee approval, mayor and commission approval. And then for the most part, the departments would be buying out, whether it's the equipment or the vehicles, or the park and the facilities equipment throughout the year with those funds. The park facility, we've shown that way because we don't know exactly how that funding is going to break out each year. If there is something that comes out of one of those, it's a bigger project or a construction type project, we'd bring that back to you as a separate sub-project. But based on what we have today, this is the way those would sort of lay out. Again, we've also taken all the projects and developed just sort of a summary sheet for it. Projects that we think will have sub-projects. It's about half and half of those that might have sub-projects and those that won't. I think we have 6 that need project site selection. The one thing that's consistent with all of them is that we will bring back a project concept to Mayor and Commission for all of the projects. And then some will require schematic design, and that also would require architect, engineer contracts or construction contracts or equipment contracts for approval. Again, this is based on the best information we have today. Some things may change. Engineer cost may be under the threshold, or construction might be under the threshold and not have to come back to Mayor and Commission for approval. But in the second to the last column is all the projects that have associated construction funding, which is important because that ties with the public art portion. So those that have construction funding, we have requested of the Cultural Affairs Commission to look at those and make a recommendation on perhaps those without construction funding not being recommended for public art. I think the way the ordinance is written currently, it's based on the construction budgets. So anyway, we've looked to the Athens Cultural Affairs Commission for that, and I know they took a vote on that yesterday. I don't have their written recommendation back yet, but that will be part of the agenda report. So just some quick numbers, just in case you're interested. I won't read all these to you, but as I said, about half of the projects will be standalone, half will have sub-projects. And so when you do the math with those, and then the site selection, all the projects coming back, sub-projects and projects coming back for project concept approval, those with schematics. To me, the bottom numbers are the ones that there you're going to have probably at least 65 sub-projects or projects for public art, and a little under 500 agenda reports and a little under 200 work sessions over the next 10 to 12 years. Moving on to the cash flow. On this graph, the green line represents the cumulative revenue and collections, the collections and the bond sales. We've already had one bond sale, and the anticipation in this steep portion of the line is that we're going to have another coming up fairly soon. And so that the green represents our revenue. The yellow line represents the funding, or if we spent all of the dollars in the tier funding schedule as it's shown on the tier funding. So the tier funding says at the beginning of FY whatever year, so much money is available for a project. Well, we all know that just because money becomes available on July 1st, we can't spend it all on July 1st. We've got to go through those steps of pre-design, design, and bid and award. And so there is a little bit of a lag from the day it's available to the day we can spend it. Now, so that represents the red line. That's the cumulative yearly spending projections that we anticipate based on the schedule that we've presented to you. As you can see, there still is going to be an anticipated need for the small loan, probably is a year further down the line than the tier funding schedule might indicate, given that time frame to do the designs and such. So that's how that works out. And Robert, with that, I'll toss it back to you.
Thank you, Keith. So it's easy to see that our division is very process driven and needs to be. You can see the amount of work that's already in place and coming to fruition very, very quickly. So, but I wanted to give you a couple more reasons or a little more support information as to why we're asking for that one additional position in the program management from SPLOST. Jacobs, of course, is the project managers for the 2020 SPLOST, and they can ramp up You know, and that's one reason that you utilize a consultant is they can ramp up a little quicker and they have those resources. Whereas, so they can do that, but Athens-Clarke County is responsible for providing them the administrative and accounting support staff. So I think this next bullet kind of gives it, in addition to what Keith showed there, a little less than 500 agenda reports coming up in the next 10 to 12 years associated with just the 2020 SPLOST. Well, no, it'd be all the programs. But between those three, the current programs, that's the 2011 SPLOST, the 2018 T-SPLOST, and the 2020 SPLOST, we currently have typically 55 to 60 active projects and sub-projects. And a lot of those have agenda reports, user groups, minutes, just keeping all those meetings scheduled and keeping everybody properly informed and filling out all the reports that we do on a weekly and a monthly and a semi-annual basis. So that's a lot of support staff work that they need to do and do it correctly and meet those expectations I think that we're all expecting and that y'all want to see. And to go a little bit further, I said this a little while ago in an earlier slide, but that is that the SPLOST 2020 program, that we are initiating 22 out of those 35 projects in the first 2 years. So even though it's a 12-year program, we're taking 2/3 of those projects and initiating them all at one time. And that's, it just takes a lot of management to do that. And then something that's really going to be on everybody's radar really quickly, not just the fact that we're already in the 2018 T-SPLOST program, but we are now starting the preparations for the 2023 T-SPLOST. And before the end of the 12-year program for SPLOST 2020, there will be another T-SPLOST program that would be up for a referendum. So there's a lot of preparation that goes into the one we're about to do and the one that will come up 5 years later. So just a lot of things that go on in this program especially when you're running really 4 of them potentially simultaneously at one time if the next T-SPLOST passes. All right, Keith. So what are the next steps? Well, of course, June the 1st will be the voting session. We hope that y'all consider and approve and adopt this master implementation schedule that we've just gone over. And we hope that you'll also consider the approval of the additional staff, the one staff member that we want to bring into the SPLOST management program. And we'd love to have them on board by September 1 because, as I said, we're already rolling out a lot of these new projects, continuing to do the existing program management and preparing for the next T-SPLOST referendum. So with that, we'll entertain any questions. Thanks.
Questions from folks about either the implementation schedule or associated processes?
I have a question, Mayor. This is Mike.
Yeah.
So with this extra person there, Robert, I'm assuming that's going to be paid for out of our part of the SPLOST and not Jacob's part of the SPLOST. Is that right?
That's correct. It would come out of program management. I should have mentioned the position. I apologize. I didn't. It'd be a program support specialist, which we have one of those, and it will be give us that redundancy and the complement that we would have.
Right. So I guess what I'm wondering is, usually when I respond to an RFP about some activity I have to do for a building, if I underbid that RFP or need to hire additional employees to satisfy that RFP, that comes out of my pocket. And with this, with this hybrid approach we hired, of course, your position. See where I'm going? I mean, when we sent out this RFP for this program specialist, I mean, we might have, or this additional person, some of the other respondents to the RFP would have liked to have known that might have been an option for them to have chosen that. I mean, we might have gotten a different type of RFP from that. So if Jacobs needs extra help, should Jacobs not be the ones responsible for that extra help?
I can clarify this, Commissioner Hamby. This is extra help for our staff. This would be a staff person.
All of it's extra help for Jacobs, so to be honest. So that's fine. I mean, if we're gonna do SPLOST management then why do we even engage with Jacobs if we're hiring all the people?
Well, we brought the program management function in-house, and that's what there's a number of existing Athens-Clarke County employees that Robert now oversees, and we're tackling two-thirds of the projects for SPOS 2020 in the first 2 years. We're about to go to another T-SPOS. Well, so we need the capacity in the SPOS office to keep up with those.
Right. And that's
financial reporting.
And I guess what I'm saying too is also that was part of the discussion with T-SPOS and SPLOST. I mean, folks who filled out the RFP knew that we wanted these projects done quickly. And that I'm just giving you my thoughts. I mean, it'll go where it goes, but those, I just kind of see things differently, I suppose.
Commissioner, if I might just add one thought, the RFP was specific that Athens-Clarke County would provide administrative assistance. We are ramping up as Jacobs to provide the additional project management. We've gone from 2 to, I think, 7 project managers to be able to try to staff up for the 22 out of 35 in the first couple of years. But the administrative staff was part of that requirement that Athens wanted to do that in-house.
Okay. Yeah, and I guess maybe we should have been more clear about it within the RFP about what that may have meant. But thank you, Keith. Thank you, Robert.
Sure.
Thanks.
Carol.
I have a question on that just to help me understand it as well. From having been on the SPLOST committees, there's always, and the projects all have a project management fee, project program management fee that would have covered everything in the past. And I'm assuming because did we change those estimates in terms of what the projects were? And are we using any of that? Are all of those fees still going to Jacobs, or are some of them paying for Robert's position and paying for the project management, the program management fees within Clarke County?
So if I could, and I'd just like to clarify this.
Mm-hmm.
So there are no additional funds being asked for. The program management fees were actually cut, and Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, I think close to $1 million from the past with this hybrid approach. And the program management fees that are accounted for in all the budgets that you've already approved will be used for these purposes. This is an Athens-Clarke County employee, and only the mayor and commission can approve a new position, and that's what you're being asked to do. And it not reorder budgets, not pay Jacobs anymore, not give Jacobs a break on their scope of work. It is additional administrative support staff that support the program management function, which the government wanted to move in that direction to have all of that on the Athens-Clarke County ledger side of the ledger. And so and Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, but that what you're being asked to do is approve the creation of a new position, which would be funded within the already approved program management fund.
That's correct.
So the funds are coming from the program management funds that are already in the program that was all approved. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Right.
Yes.
Nothing out of project management. So those are not being lessened at all. Money from the project management. It's
I wanted to thank you all for this. I'm sure glad I'm not organizing this all. And I was particularly impressed with that one slide that talked about the anticipated work sessions and number of agenda reports and so forth. I know this is a lot of different administrative and management pieces to juggle. So thanks on that. I think this is pretty clear on how the projects lay out too, that we can keep track. And is this something a little different from have we had this document before in past to this level, the same level of detail?
The schedule that's with the agenda report is on the same level of what was approved for the 2011 program.
Okay. Well, that was good too.
Thanks, Carol. Others?
My question, Mayor, if I'm next in line.
Go ahead.
Throughout the whole process, and I know that GOC did a piece on minority procurement, and this is a huge undertaken for the community, and it is definitely an economic driver. In your conversations, without being discriminatory, are we keeping in mind, or do we have a thought on how we include folk, minorities of any group in your process? We're talking big money that changes poor to rich, economically. I know we keep talking about equity. So are you looking through an equity lens as we move forward?
Can I speak to that, Mayor?
Please.
Yes, that's a good question, Commissioner. And actually the committee that helped evaluate the groups, the engineering consultants that would manage the 2020 SPLOST projects, that was made real clear to me, and is now a part of Jacob's contract, that there is an element that we will be working with not only the Inclusion Office, but all of Athens-Clarke County staff to be a part of making sure that disadvantaged businesses and minority participation is a key element to every project that we do. And we clearly recognize the extent and the amount of money that comes through the SPLOST program. And that, as well as public engagement, was real clear to us. And then further, the mayor and the rest of commission made that very clear, that that's an expectation, not just 2020 SPLOST, but the current programs that have also been already in place, the 2018 T-SPLOST, the 2011 SPLOST. I think you're going to see a real change in that. And I think the first evidence of that is what Paul talked about earlier in his presentation, and that's the Classic Center and everything that we have been hearing loud and clear: sustainability, minority participation, local participation, public engagement. That is a key, and that was a lot of discussions, and that's why it's taken really a long time to get the Jacobs contract in place, because there's been a lot of language, a lot of reviews, a lot of back and forth to make sure what those expectations are. And that, what you mentioned, Commissioner Thornton, is absolutely included in there as an expectation.
Well, I appreciate that you articulating that verbally. I would like, without trying to face a lawsuit on discrimination or whatever, but I would love to see in these presentations in written form that is something that we are aiming for, and not, just in our conversation. I think there should be a way that we have in writing that this is something that we are pursuing, especially if we're in agreement for it.
Absolutely. That's why it was so important. And the manager, made sure that we had that written, like you're saying, in the contract. And then what we need to do is a better job of getting that in front of the mayor and commission and showing you those steps that are in place, putting in place, and where we stand with them.
Others?
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, and Keith. Thank you both. A very impressive presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Avita. Jesse?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this. I love having the paper. I love trees, but I don't mind turning them into these massive spreadsheet papers. It's extremely helpful. So thank you for this. I don't think we need to spend time this late getting into this, but I'd love to just hear back by email, if y'all could, about why the site selection portion of the mental health recovery facility project is needed. Because my understanding was that the proposal came from Advantage, who also had a site already in mind. And so if there's a way for us to both save the labor there and also maybe expedite the steps afterward, I'd just like to learn more about that. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. And I had a conversation with the manager about that a couple months ago, so I think staff will be ready to respond.
Yeah, we will.
Others? All right. Well, spreadsheet warriors of the world, we appreciate all your efforts, your logos and various visual elements that you've inserted into these documents. It is, I think, as Commissioner Myers noted, a lot of work, and so we appreciate you assembling all of this.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
Thank you.
Good night. And everybody, last but not least, tonight as a first budget opportunity, Mayor Pro Tem is here to moderate a chance to gather initial thoughts and pursuits for further investigation or research or data gathering. And then very briefly, before we adjourn for tonight, we'll go ahead and talk about your interest in format for coming budget meetings. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Russell Edwards.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking forward to this peaceful final chapter of this evening. So I'd like to just go around to all my colleagues and hear any ideas that you might have towards amending our budget, to sort of present it to the body as a first crack, and then go ahead and pose any questions that you have for staff to help refine those ideas. And then looking forward to further discussion at our next meeting. Following up your questions, it'd be great if you could then email them to everybody similarly, maybe along that same thread that Commissioner Hamby started, some of those budget questions he asked for. So let's start with number one, the greatest district in Athens-Clarke County, Commissioner Patrick Davenport. Take it away.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I'm halfway through this budget. Affordable housing, homelessness, workforce development. We went to New York last year to study. We went to New York last year to study workforce development, and we had a great collaboration. So I'd like to see more of that in this year's budget. And we do have some unfunded mandates that we agreed upon last year with. And I don't have my notes in front of me, but I remember MBE. There was something about MBE. There were some other projects that we had discussed that we were going to fund this year. And some of the and I'm making notes right now, but there are some programs that are duplicates that other nonprofits are doing, and that I think we need to, and also just cut out some waste or some ways that we can save some money. But that's it.
Great, thank you, sir. Commission District Number 2, Commissioner Maria Parker. You may be muted. Okay, we'll try back with you, Commissioner Parker. District 3, Commissioner Parker can't unmute herself. Okay, keep trying, and we'll let you know when we can hear you. Go ahead, District 3, Commissioner Lee.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Wait, there should.
Wait,
Go ahead.
there you are. There
I'm
you
here.
are.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I'm living in your world over here. Okay. So, a couple things. As a member of the Inclusionary Zoning Working Group, I wanted to speak a little bit to what is currently funded in the mayor's recommended budget for the inclusionary zoning coordination, but particularly to emphasize the need for us to try to get that program started by July 1st, if possible. I share Commissioner Hamby's question that he posed via email earlier today about whether or not this process needs to go to RFP. When it appears from our collective knowledge of the, existing housing provider ecosystem in Athens, that there may only be one entity with the capacity, experience, and interest in facilitating this work. So, though I think it was allocated $120,000 for this work, I just would love to get that operational at the outset of fiscal year 2022, so we don't continue to miss opportunities to integrate affordable housing into our community's growth. To piggyback off a little bit of what Commissioner Thornton was mentioning with regards to SPLOS, I am glad that the mayor's recommended budget includes an HR generalist to work with internal hiring practices for minorities, but I still think we're missing out on the contracting piece, that we do have millions of dollars in SPLOS and other municipal capital projects that are effectively fleeing the county every year. And even with the disparity study to back a local contracting and or a minority set-aside program, we're likely a year or more out from implementing such a solution. And with the current budget, we are not even set to start. And so I would like to request to staff, and I will send out, I'm going to go on a diatribe a little bit, so I'll send out all of the relevant questions to everyone after the meeting. But my first ask is to, because I couldn't find in my notes or in my emails, scanning my inbox, the information we'd received about the legal need for a disparity study or an estimate of its cost. And I would love to get a refresher on those two pieces of information for our consideration. I would also like to see the Advantage Behavioral Health proposal for alternative crisis response, ACR, implemented alongside the mayor's recommended expansion of the CIT program. And I think the proposal that we received, I believe last week, lays out a lot of the reasons why this is an important move. You know, though ACCPD officers are trained in de-escalation and other related enforcement activities, they are limited in their ability to provide intervention and or referral for behavioral crises. The current co-responder model is not designed to allow for follow-up, tracking, or ongoing engagement for individuals who are frequent utilizers of the crisis system. And we do have access to the Georgia Crisis and Access Line, but the service is not able to meet the needs for local individuals who are in acute psychiatric crisis. Those cases are best handled locally, where relationships can be more easily established between providers and a potential or existing clients, which Advantage's proposal provides. As well, their proposal would be equipped to provide basic medical assessment, first aid, and coordination of medical services, which can be important contributing factors in a behavioral health crisis. And without that, could limit the availability of inpatient crisis stabilization. So there's some things that I think that offers our current, public safety initiatives that complement our existing co-responder program, which I've referenced this in previous work sessions on public safety. I feel that in an overwhelming majority of cases, when someone's having to interact with law enforcement, they're in an emotional crisis. If you get pulled over for having a taillight out and you remember Philando Castile, you might start having an emotional crisis. I remember when I first got arrested when I was 19 years old, I definitely went into fight mode. There's a lot of cases, and probably most cases, where if someone's having a behavioral crisis where they are breaking the law or acting erratically, they're also having an emotional crisis. And so I think it is really great that we are considering, or it has been recommended that we expand our existing CIT program to help deal with, hopefully, a wider breadth of crises in the community, cases that might currently be approached by police officers alone, but have a more balanced approach that also takes into mind some emotional crises people might be experiencing in those instances. But with regards to the Advantage Behavioral pilot, I think it's $368,000 for their first year, and would be happy to work with y'all in the coming weeks to identify a potential source of funding, potentially use of fund balance with American Rescue Plan as revenue replacement. Let's see what else. I think, and we'll continue to harp on this, the important work ahead of us is expanding our understanding of public safety to include, as I've heard the mayor call, upstream issues that animate crises and lead to harm. And I'm frankly a little upset that almost a year has passed since my colleagues approved the Safety and Justice Committee, and we have no recommendations before us for means of tackling such upstream issues related to public safety. And I think it's really important that we augment those recommended in the mayor's budget to take this crisis of gun violence that we're facing in our community right now seriously right now, rather than waiting another year to have those recommendations come forward. And so I think that it's really important that we diversify our public safety spending to get at the reasons crises arise and spend our public safety dollars wisely. I think CIT expansion is a great use of that. I think pay increases for officers are a great use of that. I think implementation of Advantage's ACR programs is a great use of that. But I am concerned about the cost of attaining, maintaining, insuring military equipment, such as the $240,000 armored truck we acquired from the Department of Homeland Security in 2013. And my current understanding is that we may be in possession of other military equipment as well, that these assets may cost the county substantial sums in upkeep and insurance every year. And so I would like detailed clarification of line items in the police department's capital budget related to insurance and maintenance of equipment broadly for a better understanding of how much this is costing taxpayers, and assess whether funds currently spent in these areas could instead be used to cover officer pay increases, the CIT program expansion, further freeing up general funds for upstream public safety activities like youth development, life skills training programming, or even a participatory process by which the community may decide on investments that bolster public safety. As well, I've heard from constituents a desire to incentivize hiring police officers from inside the county to bolster community policing efforts, as well as a shift from vehicle patrols to pedestrian and other forms of patrol like bike cops. And I was a part of discussions of expanding our police take-home vehicle program in recent years. I can't remember how long ago it was, but I now see $152,000 requested in the police capital budget for upwards of 40 new vehicles and maintenance. So I was curious, third question, how many vehicles in our police fleet are going home with people who live outside the county? And the question of whether we should revisit the efficacy of the take-home program from both a fiscal and incentive standpoint. Let's see, I got one or two more things really quick. Actually, I got one more thing. It's kind of a long thing though, so bear with me. So during my final remarks in last week's meeting and in meetings with constituents and people who have been recently impacted by gun violence in the community, I hear youth development is the most frequently echoed refrain in terms of what can make our community stronger and safer. I think it's evident in the rash of shootings over the last 2 weeks that we are failing our young people, and we absolutely have to invest more in making sure they do not become victims of violence or perpetrate violence themselves by investing in strong community supports that they can lean on and that will lead them into healthy adulthoods. And I am pleased with the mayor's efforts to bolster this kind of programming in his recommended budget, particularly enhanced investments in Lake Park and the Aaron Hood Community Center. But considering the multiple intersecting crises that existed pre-pandemic and have worsened over the last year, food security, lack of youth development employment opportunity, underinvestment in impoverished communities, lack of communal spaces in places like East Athens, I've begun developing a proposal for a municipal community garden pilot program to be housed in leisure services, which I'm tentatively calling Everybody Eats in honor of 20-year-old Katravian Cole, who was killed on May 1st. That cuts across multiple issue areas and is modeled after Seattle's municipal community garden program, which is also operated out of their Parks and Recreation Department and comprises 54 community gardens citywide. I intend to meet tomorrow morning. I have like a rough proposal sketched out of the why and the how much. But I am working on a more detailed, like line by line budget for that proposal in collaboration with experienced community gardeners tomorrow morning, and we'll try to get that out to everyone by tomorrow afternoon. But I will, in my follow-up email this evening, send you all information about the City of Seattle's Parks and Recreation Department's municipal community garden program for reference of, where this idea comes from, as well as its viability. So, main things, disparity study, I think is very important. Advantages, a proposal for alternative crisis response. I'd like to get detailed clarification of line items in the police department's capital budget related to insurance and maintenance of equipment, as well as how many numbers on how many vehicles in our police fleet are going home with people who live outside the county. And I look forward to hopefully having your collaboration in a programming, I think, that meets some of our upstream public safety needs, as well as cross-cuts across a number of crises that we're experiencing in the community presently. Thank you all.
Great. District 3, Melissa Link.
I've got a couple additional things, and I want to express some support for a lot of what Commissioner Parker said as well. Particularly the inclusionary zoning thing. That's something we've been kind of begging for a long time, and work is currently being done. I think we need to fund it. I think that a good first step in this budget is to go through and identify the stuff that is qualifies for ARP funds. So we can free up some of this funding for some of these other things that may not necessarily qualify for ARP. I have not done a very detailed dig into this budget, but I would like to know if the proposal for a historic preservation plan is in there. I believe such a plan is absolutely necessary, and it's been talked about for years. Historic preservation advocates are advocated for it for years. And it's not just about historic preservation, but it's about neighborhood preservation. We really need a clear plan on how to stave off gentrification in our lower income and working class historic neighborhoods, and home improvement programs in those neighborhoods, identifying African American historic structures and helping to preserve some of that history. We're currently seeing some of it on the verge of being bulldozed right now as the school district prepares to demolish the Campbell Lane building at West Broad. So I really hope that we can take Historic Athens up on their proposal and move forward with that to lay some clear groundwork towards historic preservation, so we're not always caught off guard when these things come up. And we can also do the long overdue revamping of some of our design guidelines, especially when it comes to commercial districts and adaptive reuse of some of these buildings, and also cottage neighborhoods. I believe we should have very different guidelines for these very modest cottage neighborhoods. There has been significant interest from my constituency and also Commissioner Thornton's constituents for a quiet zone study, so that we can possibly apply for T-SPLOST funds to get a quiet zone along the kind of Barber Street Boulevard neighborhood for the railroad. We have inadequate crossings there, so the train has to blare its horns. It's a safety hazard. I believe it also infringes economic development, and much of this area is a TAD. I would ask that those funds, and I understand that, despite the fact that this is a CSX railroad responsibility, apparently they put it upon the local government to fund the study, to lay out the initial engineering for these things. So I hope that we can find that in this year's budget. So when the next T-SPLOST rolls around, that study will have been done and we will be prepared to put that forward as a potential T-SPLOST project. We also have a newly expanded neighborhood traffic management program that we just voted on last week. So there will be a lot more requests for traffic calming in neighborhoods. And I believe we should do everything we can to meet those requests. So that is going to cost more money. So I hope we can put a little more funding into traffic management or traffic calming devices. So as these requests come forward, we can fund them as quickly as possible. I think that's my short list. I'm sure that there'll be other things that come to my mind as I dig further into this budget, but that's some of my top priorities. Thanks.
Great. District 5, Commissioner Wright, District 4 had to leave. She has to work tomorrow. Commissioner Thornton had to leave. She has a hearing tomorrow in Atlanta. Commissioner Hamby had to leave. He has to work tomorrow. I think, again, just pointing to the length of these meetings is really sort of wearing us down. We're losing members of this body, unfortunately. So let's soldier on. District 5, Tim Denson.
I will try to be succinct here. Just for my some of the things I would like to see considered to be added into the budget. First one being to fully fund the Public Defender's Office request, their budgeting request. It's not much higher. I think it's about $25,000 to $30,000 higher, but that could help close the disparity gap, the great disparity gap between them and the prosecutors at the Solicitor General's and the DA's office. This will help the Public Defender's Office be able to continue the social work services that they began last year when we funded that position, and to keep that going. So I'd like to see that fully funded. Again, just for people who don't know, Public Defender's Office makes about half of what the prosecutors make combined, about half. Yet they have to still do the same number of cases. So I would like us to consider adding Athens Area Homeless Shelter as an independent agency. I know this is something that has been discussed a bit. And with a question to staff related to that item, I would like to request that that staff forward out the budget request that they made, that I believe that they gave to staff. I'd like to see that sent out to the entire commission for our consideration. And definitely, Commissioner Parker brought up the alternative crisis response program through Athens Behavioral Health. That is a high priority for me for us to get that year one started, which yes is just under $369,000, right under $370. And then just a few of the items that the mayor put in asking us to consider. I am interested in the solid waste dumping cameras, and I'd be interested if staff believes that we might actually see some long-term savings if we were to implement that. The Joint Development Authority, I would like to see us fund that. I believe, though, that the funding for that makes sense to come from the American Rescue funding, similar to what we did with CARES. So I'd like to see that happen there. And the last question I had was on the Police Youth Cadet Corps, which understanding in the budget was that this is starting this program back up that was previously running. I would like to have background on that program before, its effectiveness, and why it ended. And that is all I have. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, sir. District 6, Jesse Houle.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My elevator pitch version of a two-part proposal for achieving living wages at the start of fiscal year 22. It's kind of wonky, so I'm happy to dig into this more on Thursday or with anyone one-on-one if you want to touch base between now and then. But I would like to set the wage floor to $15 an hour effective July 1st for all positions, including temporary and part-time. We currently have positions paying as low as $8.03 an hour, if you saw that latest series of job posting, and salaries that still clock in below a $15 an hour equivalent. So why 15? You've heard me and others on this body and in the community articulate why a living wage is important for Athenians' individual and collective well-being, but why the $15 figure and why now? I would give two big reasons. One is Congress is pushing to implement this nationwide, so we may have to anyway. And the MIT Living Wage Calculator now sets the figure for a single person with no kids at $14.40, which is just about 15. And that has gone up quickly in parallel to the rapidly rising cost of housing that I mentioned earlier. So the kind of the parallel wonkier thing that would happen in conjunction with that I'm proposing is to set that 2% raise as 2% of the median ACC employee income instead of the currently proposed flat 2%. This would give the biggest boost to those who need it most. It would also lessen the overall cost of raising the lowest paid folks to 15, and it'll partially address the issue of wage compression, giving those most affected by it an even higher raise in the interim period while finance works out the finer details of addressing wage compression overall. You know, it's those folks who are closest to 15 that we really need to address the most when we're raising everybody up to 15. And then I'm also very interested in advancing the advantage behavioral proposal. Thank you to Commissioner Parker for bringing that up. And I echo much of what others brought up, but without getting too much into my opinions, I do have a bunch of asks for staff, which I will email out, but to rattle them off, I guess very, very quickly, I would like to get some information on what that median income is of ACC employees so we can identify a figure and an estimate of what it would cost to bring everyone, including temporary and seasonal employees, up to 15 an hour. I would I want to know if we'd be able to attach the existing independent, the funding for the advantage behavioral proposal if we give it. Can that be attached to the existing independent agency funding, or would it need to be housed separately in the budget? I would like to learn more about a disparity study. I heard Mayor Girtz mention this in a public forum he was a part of, but I'm not sure where in the budget that is, and I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing with regards to a disparity study. Some info on that would be great. Budget proposals, the full versions of the budget proposals from charter officers, constitutional officers, and the public defender's office, especially the latter, because we only have that one line in our budget, would be very helpful. I would also like some more information on the police department's equipment costs, especially regarding vehicles and anything related to insurance or maintenance of equipment, especially large equipment like the Bearcat. I would like some information on regarding the Athens area homeless shelter, if we're setting them up as an independent agency beyond just allocating the funds, if we're able to do that. Is there anything else that we need to do to actually get that set up? I know we have the proposal, but that's kind of a learning curve for me. I'd like some clarification on the job description for the proposed homeless specialist. I'd like anything that we've gotten from the Justice and Memory Committee, hopefully getting that right, for the committee that worked on the Lindentown resolution. I know that we asked for their recommendations, so I'd like to know what those are if we have anything. I think Leisure Services had a proposal for Beach Haven, which included and was primarily comprised of a position that I think would help with more than just Beach Haven. It was kind of like a pilot program of a park ranger type position. I'd love for that to be circulated out if we could. I'd like clarification on if we could use participatory budgeting for allocating a portion of the rescue plan funds, just like if we think that qualifies. I'd like some more details on the stormwater infrastructure and how their needs are being matched by existing funding proposals in this budget and SPLOST. And some clarification on the, there's a position added in here for an affordable housing special revenue fund for, it's related to that inclusionary zoning coordinator position. So just clarification on what that is would be helpful. So there's like a one sheet. And then finally, because I'm still learning a lot of this, if we're using American Rescue Plan funds, I'm curious if we need to have budget line items to attach those funds to, or if we can essentially just allocate those funds as needed without already having something in the budget. Like, do we need some kind of a placeholder? So just how that works would be helpful. Thank you.
Great. District 8, Carol Myers.
Well, I don't have too much to go on because I didn't get this homework assignment. I wasn't quite ready for this, but I have made some things here. And
that's my fault. I apologize. Just
okay. Well, that's all right.
Go for it.
Look, I got everything already. The one thing I'm going to put it first is the one concrete thing that I have that I'm very concerned about is making sure that there is sufficient salary for the energy program and conservation coordinator. As I see it in here, it looks like that is a position at $55,000 for a whole year, including benefits and salary. And if benefits and salary are 30% to 40, that means the base salary is 33 to 38, which is barely $20 an hour. So I need some clarification. The person I want in that position is a professional person who's not going to take that job and the expectations I have for that position. So I'd like to know more about that. I would like to know about how we're going about dealing with the American Rescue Plan funds. It's a large amount of money coming through, and what the process is and how that's going to fit with this budget process, because people are asking me and I have no idea how we're going to be making our decisions on that. And of course, we're making reference to that as we're talking about the budget. So what is our process for that? The disparity study, I think, is essential. When Commissioner Houle and I visited the finance department and we talked about minority hiring, that was the one thing that they said that had to be done for us to look into to follow the rules. So we need to have that done. We keep talking about it. Justice and memory recommendations, I definitely want to follow up on that because that's what we all committed to when we approved the Lindentown resolution, looking for advice from there. I think the youth development, finding a way, whether or not it's through the American Rescue Plans or other for youth development programs. One of the things we heard all about SPLOST, and we have so many sources of capital budgets, but where we need our youth, our programming, and how we could do that. I did have a question from one of my constituents about increases in pay rate for retirees, and also wanted clarification on that 2% raise, because my understanding is it's 2%, but that's also, is it 2% per department? It's not guaranteed 2% because some of that's on performance. So I'd like a clarification on that. And the last thing is something that no one's addressed the district attorney's requests for budget. And we have a new district attorney that is doing magnificent work that's at the forefront of a whole criminal justice reform that's going on. And she cannot do that work unless we give her the support. And I haven't looked at it that closely, but it looks like we have not addressed any of those requests. Yet criminal justice reform is what we're all embracing. We have someone in place. We need to give that person and the DA's office the resources to work on it. So that's what I came up with.
Thanks. Thanks everybody for your lot of great ideas swirling around. I had just a couple things. One, there was another rape in the Deering neighborhood a couple weeks ago, the corner of Deering and Waddell. So I'm going to be working with the manager's office and staff for some more lighting proposals in that area. I think it's really a special situation there with the numbers of people walking late at night through there from downtown back to their homes on Village Avenue. This is the third serious sexual assault in the past year and a half, so it's sort of become a real problem for the whole county. And then I too support the illegal dumper cameras. I think we need to catch these folks destroying our ecosystem and find them and collect money, and then that'll pay for the cameras. So, Manager Williams, do you have any input for us that you would like from the commissioners to prepare for our next budget hearing? I know we're going to be emailing you our questions, but anything you'd like to add to help guide our thinking at this point?
No, sir. We'll respond to the questions. I appreciate, having them emailed. I appreciate you organizing this. We will try and release. There's been a lot of questions, which is good, and we won't necessarily wait to get all the answers before we release some of the information, because that would be some very large emails. So we'll get a first tranche of information out maybe tomorrow, based on some of the early questions earlier today. And we will work towards our next meeting on Thursday night.
Great. Thank you, sir. I just encourage my colleagues to, with some of these great ideas, a phone call goes a long way. A conversation goes a long way. Let's do our due diligence before the meeting and do what we can to build support for what we'd like to see happen, and create some peaceful, harmonious legislation, hopefully, in front of the camera. With that, I'll hand it back over to Mr. Mayor. Perhaps we'll adjourn the meeting at this point.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Commissioner Myers.
Can you just give me, as a new one, what to expect here in these? Like, there's there's 1 meeting, 2 meetings, 3 meetings. Is there a process that we go through? Something so I can get my head in the right place for what comes next and how this proceeds?
Yeah, so we'll have 3 budget hearings, and for any sort of amendments that we want to add to the mayor's budget, we're going to work. Those ideas will be fleshed out through those 3 meetings, and if the folks who propose that idea would like to make an amendment to the budget for a majority vote at the adoption of the budget, then that motion will be made at that time.
So none of the amendments are actually made until the budget itself isn't changed before we go to the voting meeting?
Well, if it's clear that there's a consensus and we have the support of the mayor through these hearings, then it's possible that it would be added into and wouldn't require a CDO.
generally speaking, there's a fair bit of finessing between now and the final vote based on those consensus items. And so speaking to that, we have 3 more budget planning sessions on the agenda. The last one, as is generally the case, is tentative based on the progress that's made over the discussion. There had been some conversation about meeting in person. I will say, I think every deliberative body has been hampered by the online format that we've been living in for the last 15 months or so. And it's been the case in the past that when the budget meetings happen in person at the Doherty Street building, the experience that I've had for most of my 15 years here, that simply is a better venue, better forum, because people are interacting with each other, and I think able to better understand our colleagues' needs and desires. One prospect could be we meet here on WebEx again this Thursday, but then the following meeting could be in person at an outdoor facility like Bishop Park. I'd be interested in your thoughts about that.
With food.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
I'd be interested in that.
I think we basically, set up. We would provide public notice, and then we'd set up chairs socially distanced, out in Bishop Park, and just promote it, through our various channels as commissioners, as an opportunity for the public, to come.
I'd be interested in that, but I might be stuck due to a gas shortage out of town, so I'm not sure if I'd make it.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that? Any objections to that?
My only thought is I'd like for it to be able to be recorded or broadcast somehow. I don't know if Bishop Park gives us the ability to do that. I know Sandy Creek made for a real good location before, if that's an option, but we
could record it. We could record it. Live broadcast is very tricky. It requires a lot of bandwidth.
Just as long as there's a record, at least. That feels.
We ran into challenge with the hybrid attempt. We had to bail on a meeting many months ago at Bishop Park. Now the advantage of Bishop is it's on the bus line, so at least it is accessible to people in live.
But we can record there even if we're not broadcasting?
I think so. Don't you think so, Mr. Mayor? Probably. Get a video camera.
I certainly want a little bit of feedback from public information. I know the broadcast and in-person can't be done successfully, but the taping may be another matter. We can get some feedback from them.
So those of us who might not be able to be there in person, would we be able to call in or participate virtually?
Yeah, you can call in.
I mean, would we be able to participate virtually via WebEx at all, or just be on the phone?
We'll run that rabbit for you, Melissa. Okay. We can find out.
We might could just have set up a phone and have you FaceTime.
Yeah. I mean, what date are we looking at? I might have a better idea of
So potentially next Tuesday.
Okay, this coming Tuesday.
Week from today.
I guess I'll also say. Sorry, Melissa.
It depends on the gas shortage, whether or not I can get back to Athens.
Or I'm sorry, it'd actually be Thursday the 20th would be the next budget meeting.
Okay, that day
Tuesday's
definitely
the agenda
not.
setting.
That day definitely not. I'm supposed to be back out of town.
I'll also throw out there that based on the updated CDC guidelines, if we're all vaccinated, which I think everyone on the commission is, then I also feel comfortable meeting indoors.
Well, what if we did somewhere that's a bit of a compromise? Like, I said this back a while back, but the little covered area behind the Classic Center back there, where and that I'm sure that has better Wi-Fi. Also, I'm sure Classic Center needs to have Wi-Fi access for that. But I have concerns about transparency and making sure. I mean, this is our budget process, so
There's also the whole setup that Paul Kramer had at the Classic Center that actually worked really well in terms of, I think it was very simple, but they were very good at getting questions in there and such, and there was plenty of space there. for spreading out. So they already have some logistics set up. So that's perhaps something we could look into as well.
Well, you know, yeah, okay, so okay, so we're only going to meet in person if we can live broadcast it. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think that's probably a safe bet.
Okay, well, we'll see if the Public Information Office can do it at the Classic Center or some other place, but I'm thinking that's maybe not going to happen, just based on our former foibles at Sandy Creek and the amount of bandwidth and setup and staff time and everything else. I mean, we'll just do WebEx, you know. Whatever.
And so certainly we'll be back here on Thursday in 2 days with a lot of those answers to queries that you presented tonight and earlier in email. And as Mayor Pro Tem Russell mentioned, if you can type up your questions and email those on the common thread, that'd be great.
Great.
All right. Thanks a ton, everyone.
Good. We made it to
All right. Everybody get something good to eat.
Get something to drink.